Have you played Potato Space Game yet? Space Potato is pretty great.
And that's the,
I
that's
am
the
not-
first thing.
Wait, is this Potato Space or Space Potato? Which one?
I
I'll
think,
look it up.
Kind of column A, kind of column B.
I think he's talking
Oh,
about
okay.
Space Plan.
That's the one.
Yeah, it's a space potato game.
I said what I said.
We heard you. All right, let's tweeter out that the new campaign is live.
But we're gonna need a new cover art for.
I haven't done any of that yet.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not just gonna be the mouse.
I can say
No.
that.
It was, but you abused it.
If I had known that you were going to be a player in this game, I would never have shown you that artwork.
See,
You have-
here's the problem.
You have
is-
co-opted and abused that poor robot's artwork.
you sent me the document early, and I was like, "Ah, great! This is a really cool thing to fuck around in." And then I got invited to play, and now I'm in Find Out. I was like, you got to change all of this cool stuff that you're gonna let the players do because it's gonna break your game horribly. Don't let them have fun. Was the notes that I sent you?
High-end players to break the game. You then added after
Ugh.
addendum.
Yeah, unfortunately for today, my tweeting link is still going to say Saved by the Flumph because I just haven't been able to make the new image yet. Also, that might be the best image I've ever made. That's Saved by the Flumph.
It's pretty good.
I really like the Pirate of Flumph Water one.
Save by the Flumph.
Yeah, farewell, Saved by the Flumph. What a great
Please show
campaign
me.
you were, and we shall never speak of it again.
Huh? What were we talking about?
Exactly.
Don't worry though. Don't worry though, Buttface, because Destel's at the table, and it doesn't matter how hard he tries to. He's going to find the thing that trivializes every one of Brick Road's encounters. Whether
Destel
it's
is-
picking Sun Cleric by accident, or whatever the hell Son was doing.
So I guess
Destel is the
I mean,
way
someone's
that
just
I am.
gloves off. Let's play the thing that I know to be the most broken build in 4E.
These are the books that I stole from in order to design this campaign.
Like real talk, that
Yeah.
little owl guy,
Mhm.
that might be the best picture to ever have. Like this is art.
Yeah,
right
that
here.
no.
Yeah.
Listen, we're not going to argue about whether or not the owl guy is amazing because that owl knight is the most amazing. Yes, we're all in agreement.
Little burp paladin.
These are the 4 books that I stole from to create this campaign, and one of them's not even out yet. This
Yeah.
this Beyond the Woods quick start. I took rules out of this for Flumph 6, I think. That's how long this has been in development now, and I think it's supposed to be coming out this year.
The weird thing is I never knew Carl Sagan was a furry.
You didn't?
No, news to me.
Who?
Totem animals with badger.
So you guys have had the document, the Flumph 8 document, for a couple months now. Which one of you would like to describe what the campaign is going to be?
All mankind is extinct, and there are only animals now living in the Dark Ages, trying to move forward.
That's a pretty good description, Chris. Good job. Reading comprehension success. So yeah, we're not doing any player handbook races or classes for this game. All of the player races, most of the player races have come out of Humblewood, which is the book with the amazing owl. The actual campaign setting of Humblewood we're not using because it's a very high magic setting. Basically just janked, and not even all the player races. Only like the mammal, the little forest critters. Most of the bird folk we are not using. And then the player character classes I stole from The Lord of the Rings, which I think is actually an excellent book that was just kind of made out of cheap material, unfortunately. But the book itself is fine, and it has a lot of things. Now I'm looking at it, there's also an owl on this book.
The correct term is not stole, Rickroad. It's adapted.
Well, the adaptation part comes from I had to change a lot of the races and classes, so very few of them actually resemble what's in the books. But I think enough of them probably do that I could get into legal trouble if I tried to share the document publicly. Like if I posted it to my blog, I could have these Free League people come after me. And then Beyond the Woods is a Celtic themed like hex crawl campaign setting. This is where I got the dying condition that we've been using for the past couple of Flumph campaigns. It's also where we got some of the journey and inventory management rules that we'll be using. And then the Demon Haunted World is here because this is my Bible. Kind of the inciting incident of the campaign is going to be that the animal folk of the world have more or less just discovered empiricism and are attempting to know the world scientifically. And it's kind of going to be up to you guys to decide which side of that line you want to be on, or if you want to be on either side, or if you want to pretend like there is no line. Does everybody have the document open?
Yes.
Yes.
I do.
Cool. All right. Does anybody have any questions before we get started? So I got a whole checklist of character creation stuff to go through here. Usually at the start of character creation, I tell players, especially in 5e, I would not say this for every game system I've ever played, but D&D 5e is pretty robust in that when you're making your character, it doesn't matter what everybody else is making. The system can handle any combination of character options and still run pretty well. In this game, I would hesitate to say that. In this campaign, I don't have page numbers in my document.
You do if you scroll from the sidebar.
Oh, okay,
I
yeah.
thought you did.
Good call.
I
I'm
saw
looking
it
at
somewhere, yeah.
I'm looking at a PDF I printed of it, so there's 49 pages.
Okay. So page 43 is the journeying rules. These are the rules we're going to be using to handle all of the hex crawl mechanics. You're going to have a map. It's going to be covered in hexes. You're going to decide which hexes you want to travel through, and we're going to use these rules to determine what happens on your journey. As part of the journey, there's a 9-step or a 9-phase sequence of events we're going to go through that take you from morning to night, which involves setting a route, figuring out who's going to do what that day, rolling your DCs, resolving any events that happen, moving along your path, setting up camp, and then taking a short rest. At one point in this, I guess we'll call it phase 4, is the journey action rolls. This is where you'll decide your character is going to be doing one of these actions for the day. Like, if you want to make any progress, someone has to scout ahead. If you want to replenish resources, someone might have to find water, or forage, or hunt, or collect materials, and so on. These journey action rolls, this list of like 8 or 9 things that you're going to be doing repeatedly out in the wilderness, whatever party you guys roll up today, whatever character you decide to contribute to this party, you're going to want to have as many of those bases covered as possible. One of the things that Gemini kept yelling at me about is it kept identifying a death spiral in these journey rules, whereby if you become exhausted and then run out of food, it's going to be very difficult to recover. Because the fewer resources you have, the less able you are to find food or shelter, and then you deteriorate from there until you're locked in a death spiral, and eventually the entire expedition will fail. That death spiral was designed intentionally to do that to you.
I'm familiar with that from playing some simulation games. So
Great. I
was
love
gonna say, like, we saw that
survival
in
games.
Flumph 5. Like,
oxygen not included.
So yeah,
Yeah.
Flumph 5 is the last time I ran a hex crawl. I think I ran it for 2 or 3 sessions where we did some adventures along that hex
Yeah.
crawl. And we kind of did like slapdash versions of those rules where people had to find food and keep people alive. But I just wanted everybody to be aware at the outset that talking to each other and coming up with, like, in addition to thinking about your character's race and their class and their background, you might also want to consider, like, what's my role in the adventuring party? What's my job going to be on the road and at camp? I'm going to tell you now that your character's role cannot be nothing. This is not the campaign for a character who, like, what was it? Was it Nerium who was like...
Are you about to call me out?
Yeah, like, we've had a few players over the years do this. Like, yeah, my character just never keeps watch. Like, she's gonna sleep the whole night. My character never goes hunting or finds water. It's just not a job that they want. This is not the game to bring a character like that to. Whatever character you create. So the 8 actions are scout ahead, keep watch, find water, forage, hunt, fish, collect materials, and set markers. These all have different skill checks associated with them. They all have different tool proficiencies associated with them. A lot of feats feed into them. Some of the callings have interactions with them. And your background specifically is going to give you a journey action that you can take once per journey that will often automatically succeed or mitigate one of those 8 actions.
Can I ask a question about one of these as I'm reading them?
Sure.
Like, I skimmed this, but I didn't read these in depth. Hunt is the disadvantage only for the ranged weapon attack and not for the trapper's tools?
Let me pull that up here. So hunt, you will make a hunting check, which is hunting is a skill in this game. There's an expanded skill list. Or an intelligence or wisdom check with your trapper's tools, or if you have neither of those things, you can make an attack roll with a ranged weapon at disadvantage.
Okay, the disadvantage is only for the ranged weapon. That makes sense. I assumed that was what it meant. Commas are hard.
So what this is modeling is, like, if you're a trained hunter, you know what you're doing, or if you're trained with trapper's tools, you're proficient with them, if you know what you're doing. If not, maybe you've got a ranged weapon and you just take a shot. And most of these journey actions have something like that. Like, normally you'll do it this way. If you don't have that, you'll do it this way at disadvantage. Your DC on these checks will be modified by both the terrain that you're in and the weather. I have a weather system that I'm looking forward to that goes all the way up to catastrophic. Can't wait.
If
Oh
we're
boy,
hunting
yeah.
in the middle of a forest fire, things have gone direly wrong.
Yeah.
I'm not
Have
even
you-
seeing, like, flood here. Come on.
Have you seen that picture of the people playing golf while Southern California burns behind it? Like, that's what I imagine. Like, oh, it's just another day in the woods looking for game
Right.
as everything burns.
In addition, your character's inventory, my goal is, like, I want your characters to really care about their inventory in this game. Like each of your characters should become intimately familiar with what they're carrying and why they're carrying it. So I've got all kinds of systems we're going to be using to limit what you're able to carry, to make sure that you're making use of what you are carrying. I have rules for knowing when and how it breaks, how you can maintain it, and how to track incidental stuff like food and water, materials that you're going to run through a lot, like components. That's why this document is 50 pages long.
So what you're saying is this is a land before planned obsolescence was invented.
Or after.
No, before. You had to make things last. Or repair them.
After humans died, the humans died out.
Yeah, it's gone. It's run out.
So it's not my intention to set this game on like post-apocalyptic Earth. The text in the document speaks that the races of men are gone, and the intention was that they had a very like high middle age society, like they were maybe on the cusp of the Renaissance or the cusp of the Industrial Revolution, and for whatever reason they're gone now. And we don't really know why or where they went. We don't have a lot of clues in that, because after the races of men vanished, wherever they went to, their subordinate creatures, the folk, went into a very long dark age that spanned centuries, during which a lot of knowledge was lost and a lot of the world became unexplored. And it's only been the past 100 or 200 years where we're coming out of that dark ages now.
Post-industrialization Pikmin. Got it.
Okay, so I don't want to poison the well here, but I have labeled my new D&D tracking folder Flumph Folk.
Well,
Mine is called the furry one.
There are no races in this game. There is only the folk. There's no classes. You only have callings. So the second page of the document is your player's options cheat sheet. These are the 3 things that you have to pick for your character: folk, calling, and background. And they do work a little differently than in standard 5e. Oh, I meant to ask this before we went live, Buttface, but now that we're live, I've got to ask it in front of God and everyone. Because you had mentioned that you don't have a lot of experience playing 5e.
Yeah, not a whole lot. I have DM'd for a couple dozen sessions, but not actually sat down as a player for, I think, outside of the one-shot you ran.
Okay. That was like 11 years ago.
Yeah, it was, bud.
Oh, we're so old. Okay.
Thankfully, the rules haven't changed since.
We say as we look at this rules document.
Yeah.
I've tried to make the rules document like as player friendly as possible.
No, I think you did a bang up job, and it's kind of a shame that nobody else will get to see it.
I might come up with a solution for that. I don't know.
Yeah. No, I love this.
If I put this PDF like up on my website for people to go download, first of all, I don't think anybody else could make use out of it. I don't know that it's usable for another table.
Yeah.
But I don't actually think like the Humblewood lawyers would come after me. Like I don't think that would happen. But so in most D&D games, your character's race, depending on the setting, but for most published settings and most of the campaigns that we've run, your character's race doesn't matter a whole lot. You pick a race at character creation, you've got your racial traits that you're given, and typically it's not an aspect of the game that comes up a lot. It's a little different in Flumph VIII, because there is one unified culture of the folk under one king. The king is a hedge, because of course he is. But within the one kingdom, there are 8 different species of individual types of folk. And they're all very different from each other. So in like most campaigns, you can play, say you roll up a dwarf, it doesn't necessarily mean your dwarf has to be Gimli, right? Your dwarf can have any sort of personality you want. You can roll up any kind of character, and usually your character's race or species does not inform your character's personality or what they're doing in the world. Sometimes they do. For example, a few campaigns ago, Destel played a gnomish artificer who was maybe the gnomiest gnome who ever gnomed.
He was a deep gnome.
But then sometimes you play, like Raz played a sea elf, and I honestly could not have told you 50% of those sessions that he was an elf. Never did anything elfy.
There's no reason to in that game.
Exactly. Yeah. So, in this game, though, which folk you pick is going to kind of determine which subculture you come from. It's going to say a lot about who your people were and what they were like and what your nature is. Animals are much closer to nature than people are. And by people, I mean like the standard stable of D&D races. Like people here is standing in for everything from humans to elves to tieflings and everything in between. A rabbit person has a very different physiology than an otter person. So the folk that you pick is going to determine a lot about that. That doesn't mean you can't play against type. That is also a very informed choice. The only named NPC in the document is Dame Echo, who is kind of the mother of the scientific method in this setting. And she is a Curvan. The Curvan are the deer folk, and she is absolutely nothing like the Curvan of that culture. She eschews tradition. She doesn't stand in one place for very long. But that still informs the kind of character she is. People can look at her and think, oh, she's not a very Curvan-like Curvan. She's a very odd, considering she's one of this type of people. I think only Destel will understand this reference, but it would be kind of like other dwarves taking stock of Gimli towards the end of his life in Middle-earth.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, he kind of breaks the universe, like the whole Dwarven death recite. Like he doesn't fit.
Listen,
Doesn't fucking fit.
being an elves, like emotional support
going
dwarf.
west of the sea does not fit for dwarves. Metaphysically, he is breaking the universe.
And God bless him for it.
Yep.
So, this is a game where you might pick your character's race because you like the kind of character that race is most likely to produce. This is also a good game for playing completely against type. But either way, like, characters in the world are going to notice. It's going to be part of your character's story. The second choice are callings. There are 6 callings. These are your classes. They function a little differently than the standard 5e classes. Your calling is predominantly going to determine your role in combat. Almost all of your combat abilities will come from a calling. There are no subclasses. You're just going to go from level 1 to level 10 and get everything that your calling gives you. These are based on the Lord of the Rings callings. Some of them have been changed a little bit. Some of them have been changed a lot. The champion has been completely rewritten from the ground up. But all of the customization in that game, and therefore in this one, is going to come from your character's feats and crafts. If you look at any of the calling pages, you'll see that you get a lot more feats in this game than you would in 5e. And there are also no ASIs. I think most callings will end up with like 5 feats or something.
So by the end of this, we're all caterpillars?
Correct. You're going to have a lot of feats, be carrying a lot of socks. And then you've got your background list. To build this list, I basically went through all of my D&D books and found every background that I thought would fit in the setting at all. And your background is going to be very, very important because it'll determine what your starting feat is at level 1. Every background has one of 2 options. it'll also tell you what your journey action is. And if I've done this correctly, the party will be using all of their journey actions on every journey. So your background, you might find, is more instrumental to your character than it is in a typical 5e game, where you just kind of write it down in session 1 and then never refer to it again. All right, do we have any questions about folk callings or backgrounds, real quick, before we move on?
In a couple of words, what are the of the folk? What would you consider stereotypes?
So on the folk pages here, each of the pages starts with stereotypes, I guess are a good way to put it. So the Curvan, I put patience, tradition, and history. They're the ones that are closest to nature. They're the ones most likely to be in tune with Father Earth. Father Earth is just the name for nature. We don't know if Father Earth is actually a god or is some kind of entity or has any kind of intelligence. We don't know for sure. But the folk do have a tradition of Father Earth being an entity who needs to be appeased or existed with in balance. And the Curvan are very big on maintaining that balance. The Curvan are also the only folk that have gender dimorphism. So male Curvan and female Curvan are very different builds. Stereotypes for the Corvum, who are the crow people: perception, independence, strategy. So they're cunning, they're individualists, they tend towards neutral alignments. Harengon, which are the rabbit people, which is not in Humblewood. Humblewood does not have a rabbit people. I had to take these out of the Witchlight book. Vigilance, agility, preservation. They are, I mean, I just watched Watership Down last night. Hair triggers, basically. They're always on alert for danger. They're always trying to survive and preserve. The Hedge, which is the Humblewood name for the hedgehog people. Diplomacy, pragmatism, and trust. These are the social center of the folk world. In the current royal house, the king of the folk, is a hedge and has been for the past 100 years or so. Their Gerbine are the mouse people. Their stereotypes: courage, tenacity, camaraderie. Gerbines are short-lived, and their whole thing is like burn brightly and leave a beautiful corpse, basically.
Oh, that's very Shadowrun orc. I think they use that exact analogy: is burn bright, then burn out, like a shooting star.
I think when we were talking about this, you'd said, just picture Reepicheep. You're good.
Yes, if you know Reepicheep. The Lutran, these are the otter people. Levity, vitality, and transience. They're aquatic, they're nomadic, and they tend towards chaotic alignments. The Trash Gremlins, aka the Mophawk, are the raccoon people. Curiosity, adaptation, innovation. They're builders, they're inventors, they're scavengers. They see the world as a place where nothing is useless. And then there is the Vulpin. Boldness, cunning, reflection. They're highly intelligent, but they have an empathy problem. What is the... I think this line comes from the Humblewood book. That Vulpins are not innately evil, but their difficulty empathizing with others mean they are only rarely good. The Vulpin are the only species of folk that were predators, and some people amongst the folks would prefer to remember that. All of these pages have a section relationships with other folk. that kind of give you their view on all of the other races, as well as an example of what that species would do in each of the 6 callings. There are other kinds of animal people in this world. There will be bird people and probably other kinds of weird stuff. But these 8 comprise the folk. These are the ones that are like have formed some continuation of human civilization. Buttface, now that you've selected orange as your color, you're never allowed to change it.
Oh, that's fine.
Good.
See, I even gave myself a little orange down here. Just upside down from your point of view.
Okay.
I feel like this is incomplete because you used a D12 for like the orange, but you didn't like make little leaves out of like D4s like that.
If you have blue leaves, please get better oranges.
Well, see if you. Well, I've been doing this for a while, so there you go. Have a green one.
Whoa!
Does everybody have?
I used to color my
I've
dice
created a
special, but
monster.
People kept stealing them.
Does everybody have a? And it's okay if you don't yet. But does everybody have a character concept you were thinking about?
Yeah.
I think so.
I have 2, and I want to see how stats roll out before I decide between them.
I guess we
Same.
can do that next. Everybody, go ahead and
Yeah.
get 3d6.
Oh boy.
I had 4, and then literally Raz and Buttface were like pulled out my character concepts verbatim, and I had to
How many
discard
places?
2 of them.
So here's how we're gonna
So you
do
can't see that.
character stats. You're gonna roll 3d6 6 times. You're gonna write all 6 numbers on the table in your color. So there should be 5 batches of stats on the table.
All right, here we go.
Not gonna be me this year.
That's not bad.
I've gotten it a couple of times, but I'm not seeing it this time.
Hello, tabletop. Please come in. There we go. Thank you.
Yep, we can hear you.
Roger.
No, tabletop just decided to like hitch on me. The physics all decided to physics at once.
Oh, there's
You know
only-
how it
No,
is.
There's only one
There's only
physic,
one.
and we have to share it.
Oh, I can't type on top of another one. Oh, what have I done?
Oh, roll over to the other side, you piece of. Ow.
I mean, I shouldn't bother writing these down on the table. Let's be real.
You definitely don't mind.
Ooh, there's a 14. I like that.
Oh, I got a 16.
Oh, nice. Oh, I see a 7 over there. That's not great,
Yeah. So we can take one number
I'm-
from each group, right?
right?
I promise you, I will not roll this well. Generally,
Oh, are you gonna be the one that we keep this year?
Trouble's not bad over here. Trouble's got almost the
The
standard
last-
array.
The last 2 years, I've kept my own. I don't know
Kill
if I'll
for
do
the
it this
standard
year.
array.
Oh, there's an 8. That's the worst I've got so far. The worst so far.
Chris is looking all right. Chris has got that 16.
Oh, Chris's
up there.
look real good.
With an 8 and a 7?
I would take an
Yeah,
8
get
and a
that
7 to
6
get that 16.
There's
Yeah,
an
16.
11. Okay, there you go.
That's
That's
why I
not,
don't know what you were doing. I don't know what this
that's
is.
not awful. That's
I
not
said
great.
we don't need
Let's
to
see
write
if we-
mine down.
Yeah.
It's not relevant to the situation.
So you don't have to pick right now, but when the time comes to write numbers on your character sheet, you will pick one of those arrays to use. You can pick any of the 5 available on the table. I don't see any reason anybody would pick Destals this year.
Destin,
I've
I
had a
don't
good
think
run.
we've picked yours like in the last 3 years. I want to
No,
say.
I've done. I had 2 really good arrays, but it might have been quite a while ago. I haven't had this very long. We have all established we are quite old.
Let me make this bigger.
I'm
Troubles
going
is
to.
really good if you don't want any weaknesses.
Yeah.
I should note. I mean, those of you who've been playing D&D with me for years know that at my table there's no such thing as a dump stat. I purposely design encounters to target low statistics. And in this game, you will be making misery saving throws. your misery saving throw will always target your lowest mental statistic, either intelligence, wisdom, or charisma. So your low number will define your character as much as your high number does. I'm going to post a link to the character sheet. I made this in Google Sheets, so that's presumably where it will load in. So when I paste this, what you want to do is go to File, and then Make a Copy. And then that will make a copy on your Google account that you can edit and do whatever you want to.
I have another question about these rules. Let me
Sure.
find it. Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling.
I'm gonna pin this. There we go.
After backgrounds. Yes. No.
Oh, this might be what I copied. Okay, cool. Copy. Copy of.
Oh, it's probably after races. It's probably after the folk. All right, yeah, there we go. Are autumn and winter cumulative?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Age modifiers are to get to winter. To become a winter, you would first have to be an autumn.
Aside from spring, obviously. Spring goes away when you get.
I wasn't intending spring to even be a playable option. I was just kind of including it for completion. But then I think Trouble asked like if he could play one.
Can I play like a little scamp? Yeah.
Sorry, I
guess
do
that's
need.
technically still on the table, depending on the party composition. We'll see.
I'm not sure that that makes sense. That these are cumulative. In that, first, if I'm choosing to play a winter character, first I have to reduce an ability score by 1. Then do not make, like, clarify the cumulative. If I'm playing autumn, it's not that I get the benefits and the or if I'm playing winter, I don't get the benefits and the drawbacks of autumn as well as the benefits and drawbacks of winter.
So if you're going to play a winter character, first you'll allocate your stats.
Yes.
Then you'll choose 2 of strength, dex, and con, reduce them by 1. Then choose 2 of intelligence, wisdom, charisma, and increase them by 1. Because that's what happens when you become an autumn. After that, you then reduce your strength, dex, and con by 1. Then increase your intelligence, wisdom, and charisma by 1. And then you reduce your lowest score by 1 more and increase your highest score by 1 more.
So the cumulative only applies between autumn and winter, not including spring.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what I was wanting the clarification on, because cumulative didn't make sense if that was the case.
My intent writing this is that Summer was like the baseline character. Like, I wasn't actually thinking about anybody playing a spring or a winter character. But you can if you want. You'll get some weird ability scores.
So, what's the scope of the campaign in terms of, like, would we ever progress from one age season to another?
Campaign might take place over the course of a year or 2, maybe.
Okay. So that would really only happen if you're spring, I suppose. Like, you'd have to be very particular. Like, I am 40 and I'm right on the cusp.
I think whatever age modifier you pick for your character, like whatever age category, is probably going to be your age category for the entire campaign.
Yeah. This is all academic. I'm just curious. Like, I'm just going to be squat in the middle of summer. So
It does
I
not
don't have
make
to
a
worry
lot
about
of
any of
sense
this.
for a spring character to be in an adventuring party. The folk would frown upon that. They're very protective of their young. I'm not going to disallow it as a character option if you really, really want to, but it's going to be one of those things that, like, characters in the world will notice it, and it will be very strange, and probably the rest of your party would have something to answer for to them, if that makes sense.
I mean, I feel like in that case, you'd probably have to make, like, it would have to be a Nazir Benedict thing, except it'd be more like a father-daughter thing or whatever.
So, this is a reference. Oh, no, Buttface will get it, because we've done podcasts, but if you think of, like, Arya Stark in Game of Thrones, she's like a 9-year-old running around war-torn Westeros. Like, she doesn't have the ability scores to be a hero, but she's, like, still out there having adventures.
She has levels of noble.
think she's got levels in assassin by the end.
Yeah.
That's what I've been told. Yeah.
They're also, so you will also get ability score changes from your character's race, and then further from the age category.
I'm gonna write down everybody's ability scores in case we need this later.
Yeah, looking at
I
the numbers
Yeah,
on
we do
Trebles,
that.
these are
I always do that.
so Treble's got a pretty good like starting array here. That's not bad.
Yeah, I
at
like
all.
We got the
Trebles.
best.
I don't know. That 16 would be pretty good because you could get one thing up to 18.
Yep.
Yeah, that 16 could be good, especially considering like you could put the 8 and the 7 in like an age category. We're going to get a plus to it.
Yeah, I like to smooth over those 8s. Like I feel like 16 at the start is just fine.
So, two ability scores you might approach a little differently in this campaign than in previous ones. Strength and intelligence in 5e are usually ability scores that you only care about them if you care about them, right? If you're rolling up certain types of characters, strength and intelligence are the ones that you can kind of just ignore. But they're both going to be crucial in this game no matter what you roll. Your intelligence is going to determine a lot about what skills you can use. And skill coverage is going to be one of the main factors in determining like your journeying role, what you're able to do in the wilderness. A lot of those things are going to be covered by intelligence. I've also purposely moved some of the wisdom skills over to intelligence. And then strength is going to determine your carrying capacity. We've got inventory Tetris in this campaign. In fact,
Yay.
do you guys want to see the cute little board I made?
Yes, I want to see this so much. This is the thing I've been most excited about.
All right, let me find it here.
In fact, I am setting my rotation angle to 90 in preparation.
Oh boy.
Are you queuing up the Resident Evil safe room music?
Oh, that'd be a good one.
I have a saved item in tabletop. It must be from years and years ago, just called Big Black Cock. And I don't
And that's
know
on
what
the
it
internet
is.
now. Well done.
You don't know what it is. You don't remember it getting there, and you're afraid to load it in.
Yeah, if I don't want to load it in. I
Was
found
that
the
just
happy
in
word.
preparation for if someone bananaed it into the world?
So here is the inventory template.
Oh, look at this.
You're going to have 20 spaces of inventory. Your strength score will determine how many spaces are open at the beginning of the campaign. And then I made these like cool little Tetris blocks. So you guys are each going to have one of these in your place at the table. And these Tetris blocks are going to be like, I assume you'll name them after your weapons and items that you're carrying.
Yeah.
I was just using
Oh,
the
see-
names of the actual Tetris blocks.
You have, well, they aren't going to be that big, but you have actually answered a question that I was going to have for me, or for you already. I was reading the document about like, okay, so like say I have strength 10, so
Yeah.
I have up to this space. I was going to ask, can I number them however I want to?
So what I'm going to do
Like, do I?
is once I know everybody's strength, what I'm going to do, because right now all of these spaces are blacked out. This is an unusable board. But what I'm going to do is like, so Raz, your character has 10 in strength. I'm
Just
actually
example, yeah.
going to go in and just unlock the first 10 spaces for you.
Okay, so like, would I get a 2x5 or would I get a 2x4 and a 1x2?
I would let you do whatever 10 spaces you want.
Okay, that was my question.
I need 10 contiguous spaces.
I
You
don't
can't have a floating backpack.
I don't even care if they're contiguous. This is just
Ooh.
this is just abstract. This is not meant to be a
Whoa.
visual
Well-
representation of your backpack.
I mean, and then the next question would be like, is this the bulkiest shape?
The 2x2
Like, it's
is the
2x2.
biggest safe. This is the biggest thing you can safely pack in your backpack, and then you don't have to worry about it anymore. Anything bigger than that, you will gain a condition called overburdened.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how much other stuff you're carrying, because this is an item that's like so big and bulky that you can't safely pack it. Like imagine carrying your gigantic soup pot. Like Peanut's got this stock pot that like you can crawl inside of and take a nap.
I think we've seen that.
Is that the one you made the Chimpano in?
Yeah.
No, that was a Dutch oven. I mean, she's got a stock pot that it doesn't even fit in the house. We keep it outside in the shed.
So
we collect rainwater in the off season.
We are not putting our Goron powder keg in our backpack.
Exactly. Got it. So yeah, this 2x2 item, this is like the largest item you can safely pack. And this will be something like full plate armor. It would be 2x2. I didn't make an inventory list and assign everything a size. Just because that sounded like an absolutely horrendous task to take on myself.
Question.
Yes.
Okay. Is this legal?
Is what legal?
Well, you could just oh, sorry, wrong button. You could just rotate it around. Like this and that, yeah.
Oh yeah, you can reflect, rotate, whatever you need to do.
I have another question, actually, that's just come up.
Sure.
So I'm going to move this over here to this side. Are there going to be unusually shaped pieces like a T-piece like this? No. Okay. Everything will be square-ish. Okay.
The intent is for everything you can safely pack will either be a 1, 2, 3, or 4 tile item. 1, 2, 3, or 4 space item.
Okay.
And all 4 space items are going to be the big bulky 2x2.
Okay. I realize that it's kind of like, duh, the Tetris player is asking the Tetris questions, but...
I've seen those weird Tetris pieces that come in where you've just got like 2 floating diagonally next to each other and they're the worst thing in the world.
Oh, no, yeah, I play bizarre Tetris games. Like, multiplayer gets really funky really quickly.
I also just really love how these pieces came out. These things are
No, they look
wonderful.
super good.
I just Googled perfectly square gemstone and I found a website that sells perfectly square gemstones.
I mean, you could have just loaded up columns, right? Like
that was actually what I first thought of. I thought it was columns at first.
But
now,
I figured this would look nicer.
After this is all said and done, when the campaign is over, are you going to go and buy one of these perfectly square gemstone?
No, because
boxes?
They're like So the one I used was I think it was a ruby, and it was like $7,000.
Oh wow! Okay, I didn't realize these were real gemstones. I thought they were just
it's from
like
a website
gimmick thing.
Yeah, it's from a store that's selling so it's real faceted, like polished gemstones.
If you get an artificial ruby, it'll cost you about probably
$30 or something.
It'll cost you probably $100 depending on if you get a big one.
And I even left space up here because I'm going to put your characters' names on your inventory for you. So your inventory. All your strength score up to 16 can open up to 16 slots on this inventory card. The last 4 slots only open if you have special features, like the mail caravan are able to open up some inventory. There's a feat that'll do it. There's a special kind of armor that'll do it in the dock. So getting to 20 spaces is not easy, but like a specialized character can do it. And I also have rules for... like if you guys want to have a pack animal or a wagon to take with you on long excursions, I've got rules for packing stuff in the wagon as well. So you don't need to worry about packing everything on your characters. I'm not intending to be an inventory tyrant in this campaign. I'm not going to try to break and remove all of your stuff from you at every opportunity.
So if we have an 18 strength, we only get 16 squares.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. All right.
So yeah, as just a consideration, your strength and intelligence are going to come into play no matter what kind of character you make. So we're in standard 5e, a low strength character just doesn't care about strength ever. In this game, it's going to determine what you're able to carry on you.
So no Veritas kids with everybody universally having 8 strength noodle arms.
And I had 5.
And then making the NPC helper buddy carry everything.
So just to walk through the 6 callings real quick. I I decided to stop at 6 for one because that's all that's in the Lord of the Rings book. There's 6 callings and then 2 subclasses for each one. And then also I've only got 5 players, so So the first is the captain. This is your martial fighter / paladin character. None of these are spellcasting classes. There's not going to be any magic of any kind that you know of. Certainly not in your class features. But if you wanted to play a martial character, a protector, that's the class you want, is the captain. Second is the champion. This is a hodgepodge between monk and barbarian. If you've ever wanted to see whether the monk and barbarian class features work together on the same character at the same time, we might find out together, because I also have no idea. The messenger is kind of like a bard, kind of rogue character. The messenger has a weakened version of sneak attack. They are diplomats and ambassadors within the setting. The scholar is your bard and cleric amalgamation. They are the only calling that gets healing abilities as part of their class kit. But this is like being able to do healing in the field. This is not casting cure wounds. This is doing field surgery and triage, treating illness and burns and things like that. The seeker is the treasure hunter. They're the ones that get the full rogue sneak attack. And they have some interactions with treasure that no other callings do. And then the warden is your ranger. I like to think of the warden as a ranger that works.
We'll find out.
I mean, it's very close to like what one of the attempted early changes at Ranger, which was just to remove all of the magic and lean into the forest lore and stuff that they abandoned for what they put in Tasha's. So I think it looks fine.
So the difference is some of these callings interact with the journey mechanics specifically. Like the warden and the captain and the messenger all have things that interact with the journey mechanics, not just combat. And every calling has the opportunity to take crafts. Crafts are this campaign's replacement for spellcasting. You only have craft slots if your calling gives them to you. If you play a scholar, you get them automatically. That's kind of the craft calling, is the scholar. And every other calling will have an option, like you get to level 4, you can take a feat or a craft at this level. If you never take a craft, you don't have any craft slots to use. And if you do take a craft, you don't get a feat from that level. There are 10 or 12 different crafts, and if you read through them, they're basically mimicking like level 1 to 3 magic is what they're doing. So like Fairy Fire is in there, Burning Hands is in there, the Shield spell is in there, Detect Poison, Detect Magic, all that kind of good stuff's all in there.
A question.
Sure.
I'm looking through the feats in here. So ASI is supposed to be like a feat, right? Ability score increase.
So there's no... In standard 5e, at level up, you'll get an ASI, which is you get +2 that you can allocate to your ability scores, or you can take a feat. In this game, you don't get any ASIs. You only get feats. But one of the Lord of the Rings feats is called Prowess, and that is specifically increase one ability score by 2 or 2 ability scores by 1. So if you do just want the naked ASI, it's there for you to take.
Yeah.
When it comes to feats, most of these are what's called like a half feat. You get the feat and you get an ability score, a +1 on top of it. And the reason Lord of the Rings does this is because this is your main character customization option. In fact, they're not even called feats in the game. They're called something else. So when I also made a page of custom feats for this setting, and that's kind of the template that I used. My feeling is that these feats are a little more powerful on average than the standard like PHB or Tasha's stuff, and are more in line with what like the vibe of the campaign is going to be, would be taking feats from one of these lists. But I do recognize that we have veteran players here, so if you want to take a feat from the 3 books that we normally get them out of, PHB, Xanathar's, and Tasha's, those lists are provided there. Those are the ones that are legal in the campaign. Basically, if it's not magic, it's on the table as a feat you can take. But I don't think, like the PHB feats, I don't think most of them are going to stand up next to the stuff from Lord of the Rings at the table, because you don't get ASIs for any of those.
Are crafts prepared, or you just have craft slots and crafts known?
You're going to have craft slots. So you get.
So if I have 2 craft slots, I know 2 crafts. I can use one of them twice, or each of them once.
Correct.
Okay.
Your craft slots always recharge on a short rest. In this campaign, a short rest is a full 8 hours of uninterrupted sleep. Or uninterrupted rest, I should say. A long rest is a week of comfort and safety, usually in civilization.
Using those rules.
Oh, yeah.
Ugh. I knew that was coming one day.
So, lots of stuff recharges on a short rest, but a short rest is the full night.
So
The only way to take a long rest in the wilderness, there are some exceptions when we get to the backgrounds and stuff, but the only way to take a long rest in the wilderness would be, like, let's say Treble's character is deeply sick and injured and has no hit dice remaining and just can't go on. You guys might set up camp for a week until he recovers, during which time everybody will have to be caring for him. So, like, Treble's character would get the benefits of the long rest, but nobody else would, because everybody else is tending to camp and making sure nobody's attacked and making sure that there's food and water. The way I think about it is, a long rest is a period of time during which you don't make any rolls required for your own survival. All right. What should we do next? Should we just go through the document a piece at a time? We just walk through callings, I guess.
we went through folk callings. Backgrounds are pretty.
Yeah, so your background, that's gonna determine what your starting feat is at level 1. It's also going to give you your starting equipment and stuff, and then your travel feature is kind of the main event of the backgrounds. Of note, there is a new skill in this campaign called Letters. If you're not proficient in the Letters skill, you cannot read or write. You can speak any languages you know, but you can only read or write them if you have the Letters skill. Every single background has the Letters skill in its proficiency list, just to make sure every character who wants to be able to read and write has the option. But if you do not avail yourself of that option, it is not a skill you possess.
I see. Is there a list of equipment in this document?
No, I didn't put equipment in because that... I don't want to say that I'm lazy, even though that is the reason. That seemed like a good way to do a lot of unnecessary work. If that makes sense.
It all exists.
Yeah. In the callings list, you have you list equipment that does not in the standard.
Right. So if you go past skills down to tool proficiencies, these are the different toolkits in the game. They're going to work like standard 5e toolkits. You're going to write your toolkit like on your character sheet. It's going to take up 1 or 2 blocks on your inventory board, but each toolkit says what's inside of it. And I tried to make these like complete and exhaustive field kits. Like I want to make sure that if you take, say, Smith's tools out into the field, you actually know what you're carrying and what you can make use of. If you look on the character sheet, you'll notice that there are different skills that we haven't seen before. So instead of there being a history skill, history is divided into lore and observance. So lore would be like ancient history. That's knowing things about the races of men and the world before. Observance is kind of a hodgepodge between what we would consider to be a history or religion check in standard 5e. This is your knowledge of folk history and tradition and how to apply it. There's no survival skill. Survival is split up into explore, hunting, and travel. That's actually straight out of Lord of the Rings. I just yoinked that right out of there. So travel is your ability to cross like known terrain. If you have a road, if you have a bearing, if you have a map. Explore is traveling through unfamiliar terrain. Explore is your ability to keep yourself from getting lost or navigating natural hazards that might pop up. And then hunting is your ability to feed yourself from the wood. And the last 2 skills that I've added here, there is an etiquette skill under charisma. That is your ability to fit in like folk courtly situations, to know how to act amongst the quality. And then under intelligence, there is a riddle skill that's also straight out of Lord of the Rings. The most famous application of the riddle skill is Bilbo and Gollum in the cave.
You mean when he cheated? Anyway.
Yeah, Gollum failed his riddle contest in that scene.
Question then: give me an example of what a star reading check would be.
So navigating by stars is probably the most useful method. Being able to like determine what direction you're traveling in, identifying constellations and time of year, anything involving looking up at the night sky and doing anything with the stars. Traditionally, the adherents to Father Earth hold the stars themselves are spirits, and so there is a divination aspect to this. Whether or not those magics actually exist and can be made use of, I guess we'll find out during the campaign. But some folk would tell you they can.
We're gonna
And
get some.
stats go above 20.
No, 20 is the highest.
I thought 30 was the number. So star reading is basically navigation and wheel or woe bullshit. Got you.
More or less, yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Riddle. If we're gonna be like, if we're we're on adventures, I imagine if we're like delving like ruins and stuff, a riddle check would be something along the lines that we could roll a riddle check to get a clue.
So what I intend to use a riddle for, like in a dungeon situation, is there are times when like the players have access to the clues they need to solve the dungeon ahead of them, but they haven't put it together yet. And a lot of times in a situation like that, I'll ask you like, just make a wisdom check or make an intelligence check. And in this campaign, I'll be asking you to make a riddle check instead.
Okay, that's what I was.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
I hate to.
One of you has to say something.
I was just going to say that's what I expected, but I was checking. Go ahead.
I hate to inform you, but Ruins versus Sight is also on the sets of lands that we can explore. It's right there, and it is very difficult on the DC.
So
But also, you might use a riddle check to actually play a riddle game with another character.
Ew, no.
okay.
All puzzle solving will be delegated to not a buttface.
No, definitely. Raz, I defer.
Oh, yeah, sure. Sorry, I'm programming my character sheet.
Don't forget to tear the scale.
Oh, God, don't bring that up. I have that on my YouTube page, and every time I look at it, I cringe.
So there's a hunting. So question: there is a hunting skill. Would that also cover fishing?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm just going through the skills, the new one, and just trying to like get an idea because we've got, like you said, we're gonna have to worry about coverage.
Yeah.
I'm just
So
like, what is the coverage of each one of these?
I always take a nice broad approach to using skills in 5th edition. You guys know that I have no problem decoupling a skill from its ability score if the situation calls for it. I also really like using skill synergies, where like if you have a skill that you're rolling but another skill applies, it might grant you advantage on the check. I'm going to continue doing all of that, the kind of stuff you're familiar with. If your character is good in a skill, like I think you deserve to be able to use that skill as often as you can.
I think. Let me go through one more time to make sure there's no more. You have to forgive me. Like asking you for examples of what you would call a check for is a really good way for me to kind of. I think you said observance is. So, like, would observance be? So you're saying lore is, that's myth and folklore, right?
Right.
That makes sense to me. Observance. Would observance cover something along the lines of, rumor or scuttlebutt or that kind of thing?
Observance would kind of be a catch-all for everything that you might use history or religion for in a standard 5e game.
Okay.
So the examples that I give in the document here are like remembering the name of a hero, properly planning a wedding, or conducting burial rites would all be observance. But also just like knowing local, like the truth to local rumors, that could also be observance in certain cases. That sounds good to me. But yeah, lore would be specifically lore from the old world, like knowing things about the ruined world of the races of men.
Yeah.
And their
It's
ancient magic, which may or may not exist.
Yeah, like it's academic knowledge versus oral, like academic book knowledge versus like say oral tradition and things. I got that.
Under the tool proficiencies, there are a few toolkits that don't exist in standard 5e. The one I'm most proud of is the rope kit. No more infinite useful rope forever. Rope is going to have rules now. There are going to be rope kit checks. I have rules for how much of your rope gets damaged when you use it, how much you can make in a sitting.
That's great, I guess.
You're nerfing all the fun.
Oh, it's going to be
I'm
so
actually
much more
interested
fun
in
for
that.
me.
I'm actually interested in that, so.
Bringing back 2nd edition that had the rope use proficiency.
That was in 3rd edition, and if you had a high enough skill, you could use it as a weapon.
I didn't play enough 3rd edition to realize that, but
Yep.
it always kind of jumped out in the 2nd edition proficiency list. Most of them were like professions. Like, oh, you're a gem cutter, you're a haberdasher, you're a leather worker, and then rope use.
Like, listen, not tying is serious business.
One of the tool proficiencies that might stand out is there's a powder kit. Black powder is real, and it is volatile. And the folk have only had it for maybe a decade or so. In terms of being able to manufacture it in quantities. There really isn't any form of powder weapons at this stage. There's a craft you can take. There's a powder craft you can take that will give you access to essentially a very, very, very dangerous primordial form of firearms, which is essentially just the Burning Hand spell. But several of the backgrounds have access to a powder kit at level 1 if you feel like blowing up the campaign early.
On the powder kit, do you have rules for the? So, do you have what kind of granular tracking are you going to do for exhausting these kit?
So if you scroll down a couple more pages, there's a page on resource dice. Because I'm not going to make you track your provisions 1 ounce at a time. On your character sheet, up towards the top, you got your ability scores, your weapons, and off to the right, I've got a spot for your blips, your craft slots. And then under that, you've got meat, veg, water, and mats. These are dice. These will be represented by a die type. Like you'll have a D8 in your meat die. Anytime you sit down to eat, you'll roll that D8. If that D8 comes up as a 1 or a 2, you reduce the D8 to a D6, and that models that you've used some of your meat. And we're going to do that with materials as well. So if you use a craft slot, I'm not going to make you roll any kind of materials dice. As far as I'm concerned, the craft slot expenditure is your resource for that. If you do anything else with your tools, say you're using your powder kit, you want to make an explosive charge to like bring down a rock wall or something, you'd make your check to see how well you perform the task, and then you'd roll your materials die, and on a 1 or a 2, the materials would step down to die.
And it's so I'm assuming it's like 1 materials die for just if you're carrying multiple kits, it's one materials die.
Right, your materials die models all of your incidentals that are personal to your character. So like fletching materials, any consumable parts of your toolkits, like your medicine kit, your herbalism kit, your powder kit, any of that stuff. If any of these dice reach a D2, which is the lowest it can possibly go, you have run out and you fail all future checks with those die. So if your materials die hits a D2 and you run out of arrows, you don't have any way to make more arrows. You're out of materials.
I have a question.
Sure.
Weapon craft, is there a way to change the weapon later on if I were to gain a new proficiency?
It doesn't say that you can do that, but I would allow that.
Okay. All right, so I have a character concept. I'll throw this out here. This is extreme.
Okay.
I am looking at a Corvum Winter Scholar criminal who is lawful evil.
Wow. You've like stepped on 17 of my ideas at once.
Oh,
no.
Rez
I
is
have
totally-
other guys.
We can
My
have doubles.
ideas. Well, you've duplicated both my character and my reserve character. Somehow.
How did what? Wait, what?
How? Yeah, no, I'll get to that.
I'm looking at a Harrington Warden. I'm still looking for the background though. Possibly
So-
Star-Edged.
So here's what I've written down. I'm looking at a hedge who is a criminal, who has been brought up by a Corvum. It's his adoptive grandmother, and basically he has mostly the traits of the Corvum people. Like he prefers to be alone. He doesn't want to deal with everybody else's shit, etc. Alignment chaotic evil. That's where I'm going.
What?
I have
What calling?
Seeker.
I've had mine picked out for a while as a Gerbine messenger fisherfolk background, and I'm also leaning towards old, but only going up to autumn.
Fisherfolk might be my favorite background.
That's I'm looking at it. I'm like that has a
Calling
call into
fish
me.
Stories? Uh-huh.
My kind of character concept is if you can picture Cookie from Atlantis, think that but a mouse.
So the character.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was keep going. You're not done.
Nope.
The character concepts I had was basically very similar to what Buttface said originally, so I said discarded that and I came up with another one, and then Raz was like said his. It was very similar to that one. So the two that I had was essentially a warden kind of, because I was looking at the background, and some of this is going to be predicated on like background information, because you mentioned things that go bump in the night in the warden description, and I was going to have questions about like organizations and like things like that, but it was going to be a Mopok a warden who with the, where is it, haunted background.
Okay.
Essentially somebody like a survivor who's just basically picture Kim from Disco Elysium, like that role you make where it's like this man, like if the windows came crashing in and the roof came and like the hell of the world came down to you, this man would put himself in front of you, in front, like to save you. Like that kind of survivor who's just like, he's the, like people around him keep dying and he considers himself incredibly unlucky.
Okay.
That, or a small scamp child who has snuck into the back of the into one of the like barrels and is just along for the ride. Just picture like any Johnny Quest, any of that, and then like, you know,
You
that
can
kind
be
of stuff.
tiny if you start as a small race.
Yes, I know that. And also, no, I'm listen. I'm going to be a mob. That's decided.
I have a sudden idea. If you are tiny, can we put you in the inventory grid?
Oh my god. This campaign's coming off the rails already.
Mice can ride other characters.
Yeah. The other, I did have a third one that came up recently, which was the one for the small thing was just small, like scamp, rogue, like sticky fingers kind of character, like.
Yeah, Johnny Quest, we got it.
Yeah, and then so what is the race for that? The class for that? The one that's all thief adjacent. And then the or calling, excuse me. You've said they're not classes. And my third one was a very science-minded. Just because I feel like we've got to have a scholar on the team.
I mean, I'm leaning towards I'm either going to play that, or I was also looking at a Vulpin captain or warden.
So I'm okay, like doing the scholar, like, right, just like again, like to lean, not to steal Buttface and his, but like picture Milo.
Yeah.
Yes.
Listen,
so that's where I was leaning towards with scholar.
If you all just take the opportunity to roll up the cast of Atlantis, I will not complain with that. That's low key one of my favorite movies. So
it is one of the best Disney movies, and it is a shame.
It's fantastic. I feel like it has found its people, though.
Of all the live-action remakes Disney is doing, that is not one of them, and I have no earthly idea why it's not a TV miniseries.
Because that's a live-action, because it would be too expensive.
Because the IP hasn't come up for renewal yet.
But yeah, no, it's. So that's kind of where I'm leaning. I don't want to do champion, and I don't really want to do captain. So.
You just played the most rambunctious monk for like 2 years.
He was the second most even killed member of that party.
Yeah, no, you had some extremes to choose from there.
I'm going to draw some attention to. I went ahead and put the full conditions list in the document. This is a cheat sheet that I actually have for myself open at all times. I usually just have it open as a text file when I'm running, but I fleshed it out and made sure it was exhaustive for this campaign. So the rules for dying, you guys are already familiar with because you've played a couple campaigns with them now. Except for not a Buttface, but he doesn't know the standard dying rules because he hasn't played 5e in 11 years. So as far as he's concerned, these just are the dying rules. So if you get knocked to 0 hit points, you gain the dying condition, and you make a death saving throw immediately. You're not knocked unconscious, but you're slowed. You can't take reactions, and you have to continue making death saves at the end of every turn. So the dying condition means you're making more death saves on average in the combat round where you hit 0 hit points. If you're making one immediately, you might have to make another one immediately if the creature brought you to 0 has multi-attack, and then you have to make one at the end of your own turn. So far, we have not actually seen a character death with these dying rules.
Well, we had magical healing.
Right.
We had a lot
I
of
suspect
magic
that things are going to be very different.
And there are still ways to grant hit points in this system, even though we're not casting spells, and we can go over some of them if you want.
What all requires inventory space?
Anything you're carrying, anything in your pack. I'm not going to count your clothes, and I'm not going to count like your weapon and anything in your hands don't count.
So like armor, clothing, weapon. Since you're one weapon, I assume, since you're carrying those and wearing them, they don't count. But anything else?
Your weapon would count against your inventory space because you have to stow it at some point.
Sure.
Here, let me pull up the actual rules here. Whoever put this document together did not organize it very well. There's not like a table of contents. There's not hyperlinks. Like, who is this guy?
Very disappointing.
I've come to expect it.
Okay, everything that you carry, including weapons and armor, must be accounted for on your grid. The only exceptions are your clothes and anything accounted for by a food or materials die. So, like, you have to account for your materials die is just kind of stuff that you're carrying all over the place. I'm not worried about every individual thing that die accounts for. So a one space item would be like a dagger in a sheath, or a coin pouch, or like something that you can keep in a pocket. A 2-space item, and I don't have an actual list of what items are in what size. I figure we'll put those together kind of as we go. But a 2-space item, I'm imagining that's like a bulky weapon that you would have to wear in like a scabbard. A shield, like a standard shield that you carry, would be a 2-space item. A 3-space item would be something like a tent that you have packed. And then a 4-space item would be something extremely bulky and heavy, like a suit of plate armor. Toolkits, I
even
imagine.
if you're wearing your armor, it counts against your inventory?
Yes. Specifically because you have to learn how to move and maneuver in heavy armor.
It's not just so. This is not just a representation of our pack. It's just it's a physical representation of our entire encumbrance.
Yes. Now, to kind of counterbalance that a little bit, armor is a very human-centric thing. We need armor because we are like squishy pink people, right? If you look through the various callings and the various species of folk, a lot of them don't need armor. A lot of them have unarmored traits. The champion and the messenger, for example, both have a way to just go unarmored and not have to worry about it. And it's because, specifically because they're not humans, these animal people have other ways of mitigating damage. Several of the types of folk have ways, the Curvan, the Harengon, and I think the Jurbine, just have ways to just get out of harm's way very quickly because they're fast, they're runners.
There's the unarmored defense feature in another class. Okay.
So it would be entirely possible to make a captain in such a way that you don't need to wear plate armor. It's available. They still work metal and they still wear. They still have a tradition of wearing armor, but it's not as required in this campaign as it would be in standard 5e. My intention is that most of your toolkits would either be 2 or 3 space items. I'm picturing a 2-space toolkit as being something like an herbalism kit, whereas a 3-space item is something that's like either very fragile, like an alchemist kit, or very bulky, like the builder's kit. You have 2 spots that are your pockets for 1 tile items to keep in each pocket. This can be any 1-space item, a coin pouch, a dagger, anything like that. Doesn't count against your inventory. This is just something you've got on you at all times. And a lot of effects in 5e specify things that are worn or carried. Something is only worn or carried if it's inside of your grid, packed safely. If you've got a bulky item that's outside of your grid, it doesn't count as being carried, which means it can be targeted by attacks and effects and things. Who wants to be my guinea pig for a second?
Sure.
Treble, this is your inventory spot. You've got it set up just like this. Whatever you're carrying, this is what you've got on you. And I'm going to target you with an attack that targets your inventory. And the way I do that is I roll these 2 dice, a D10 and a D20. The D10 will determine which of my 5 players gets targeted. The D20 will determine which of these slots gets targeted. So
we want you to roll high.
For example, there's a repair action that you should take while you're journeying. You would take this to fix broken equipment, but it also models just general maintenance of your gear. Like if nothing's broken, you still want somebody to take this action at least once every couple of days. If you go too many days in a row and nobody has maintained your equipment, I'm going to roll this D20. And this says an 18. Well, the item in Treble's inventory in the 18 spot is this red. See? So whatever this item is, next time he goes to use it, he'll find that it's been damaged because he hasn't been maintaining it. That's how I'm going to target equipment in this game with effects that need to hurt your inventory and stuff some way. If instead this had rolled like a 4, well, there's nothing in the 4 slot. It's empty. So even though I targeted your pack with something, you guys haven't been maintaining your equipment properly. I had to roll to see if something's damaged. Well, in this case, you got lucky, and it was an empty slot, so nothing happens.
Cosmic Ogre missed.
So you add our battleship minigame, basically.
So I have this. It's a system for just targeting things in your inventory when I need to do so. And I think the only other rule I've got in the inventory grid is an allowance for like bundles of things. Like you don't have to carry a single ball bearing in a full inventory spot. You can just have a bag of them.
All right. Couple of questions about proficiency, like specific kits.
Toolkits.
Yes.
Yeah, let me pull that up.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Alchemy kit. What kind of things could we expect to create with that? I'm assuming straight up healing potions don't exist.
No, I was going to allow you guys to make healing potions with an alchemy kit in the field.
Okay.
They're not magical potions that they would be in 5e, but this would be a balm or a salve or something that would mitigate damage in the field. Yes, like an alchemy kit would be a use for that.
Okay. What kit? Because you have the feat for it.
Mm-hmm.
You have the feat healer. What kit would apply for healer? Because you don't have a healer's kit.
Surgeon's kit.
Surgeon's kit.
Contains bandages, a scalpel and forceps, needles and gut thread for suturing, a bottle of strong spirits, and a cauterizing iron.
Okay. And the healer's feat is unchanged. It still is merely an action.
Yes. The difference would be, like, I think you're talking about taking the one out of the PHB.
Yeah.
So the difference is, I think it'll say like one use of your healer's kit, in this game, you don't have any uses of your healer's kit. You would roll your materials die instead, and that would step
Yeah.
down if it was a 1 or a 2.
Okay.
If you want to go through some of the other methods of healing, though, I'm happy to do that.
Question. On the character sheet, what is the checkbox in the ability section for?
Proficiency,
Proficiency.
saving throws.
Yeah,
Same throws.
save proficiency.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So you click the boxes if you've got the saving throw proficiency. So when you take a short rest, which is an 8 hours rest in this campaign, you can spend hit dice to get hit points back just like normal. You can also spend hit dice to remove certain conditions. For example, I think you can do that with the ill condition if you fall ill in the field. I think you can do it with the starving condition. And one of the journey actions you can take is called Take It Easy. If you take it easy, you don't do anything during the day, which means you don't make any rolls, you don't try to find food, you don't do any strenuous activity, you certainly don't join any combat. If you take it easy, and then you complete the short rest, you get a hit die back before you take the short rest. So in that way, you can do some healing over travel. That's modeling just like you rolled your foot, you just stay off of it for a few days, but you don't slow everybody else down because you're not expected to do any heavy lifting for a few days as you're healing. Destel, you were saying you were looking at Scholar, right?
Yeah.
Scholar has the Hands of a Healer class feature, which just straight up targets some number of friendly creatures, and they can use hit dice to get hit points back, which I think was a 4th edition thing, wasn't it? Like, kind of, it was called a Healing Surge, if I recall.
Yeah, something like that.
Also, similar to that spell McDole liked to cast from that 2nd level druid spell, lets you use a hit die.
Oh, Wither and Bloom.
Yeah, that's,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they also get an ability called Field Medic, which they add their Wisdom modifier to medicine checks into any hit points that are replenished using that Hands of a Healer feat. And then I gave you guys... Let me find... I think I gave you a Healing Craft. Leechcraft. So as an action, you can spend a craft slot to tend to a creature within 5 feet of you. Make a medicine check, DC 10. If you succeed, the creature regains a number of hit points equal to your check result minus 10. And if the target spends a hit die, you can replace the d20 roll with a 10. So that's just a craft you can take to replenish somebody's hit points, similar to a Cure Wounds spell. Any method of restoring hit points will save a dying character. If you're at 0 HP and you're dying and you regain a hit point from any of these methods, you're no longer dying. Has anybody found any problems on the character sheet yet?
I'm filling it out right now.
I'm filling it out. I thought I had something, but I didn't know where to put. Oh, it's on the back page. Never mind. I had solved my problem earlier.
I tried to make the inventory section make sense.
No, it made sense. I think my question was, where do I put like I have like a leather shirt, and I was like, where do I put that on the front page? And then I clicked, there's a back page, and that was the question I'd come up with. That was like 10 minutes ago.
Oh, there's a back page.
I've since continued to fill things out. If people want it, I have programmed in a field that tells you how many XP you need for the next level. I can give you the command to how to make that. I basically reformatted XP.
I'll worry about all that off.
Yeah, we can do that off camera, obviously.
Yeah.
But,
You'll notice, Raz, that this character sheet has a spot for your current and maximum hit points and your temporary hit points.
I'm
But-
so grateful for that. Thank you. That saves me so much programming. I saw that and I was like, oh, you do care.
I don't know how I got that far.
I don't have very powerful spreadsheet skills. Like, getting the boxes in the right place is about the extent of my ability.
I
so-
have to do VLOOKUP and shit for my grade book at work, so it's like, okay, I can make a list.
The ability scores should populate correctly. If once you put your ability scores in, it should automatically populate some of these
Yes,
fields.
it did. Oh, I got puzzle pieces. I can't do anything about them, but... Oh, I get other stuff too here. Okay.
One question about the chef background, because again, our long rests are going to be an entire week of uninterrupted rest. So when it says when you finish a long rest, you can cook a number of treats equal to your proficiency bonus, and these last 8 hours after being made. That feels,
Didn't do
The chef feat.
yeah, the chef feat.
Yes, that's out of Tasha's.
I considered doing that for Benedict, so I remember that.
That might need to be 8 days.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might have to say like a week.
A week, like the other like you have,
Yeah.
because you mentioned raw meat and stuff.
What's the
You could also.
what's the
I could
benefit of the
cons-
treats? What do they do? I don't remember now.
I think you get temp HP.
You get temp HP equal to your proficiency bonus when you eat one. If I recall correctly.
I think
That is
you could,
word for word.
I think
So you know
could
what?
merit
Okay,
an
let's do
argument
this.
for that. Okay.
Go ahead and take the feat. We'll use it, and we just won't impose a time limit. Just whenever you complete a long rest, any uneaten treats are just assumed to be gone. So
You eat them in the course of making new treats.
yeah, just like
Yeah.
you could treat them like temp HP. You make a new batch of treats, and any old treats that you didn't use, you don't have them anymore. You can't accumulate a stockpile of treats in a portable hole for 8 months and
Someone's got acid flashbacks.
because I think the intent there is after you're done with the long rest, you'll have like a batch of treats that you can give out as temp HP to people. And
Yep.
I don't see what is to be gained by putting a hard time limit on that. I think the original intent of the time limit was to make sure all the treats expired before the next long rest. So if we just say that's what happens, I think that solves the problem. Does that work for you?
Works for me.
Excellent.
Buttface rolls up to the combat. I made brownies.
Well,
Trouble,
I
are you
mean,
still looking at Scholar?
I mean, what do we got? We got what class? What calling did you want to do, Raz?
Seeker. Because I've already typed it all in, I'm kind of committed to it.
So should I? I need to take down this information. So Raz, you're definitely locking in Seeker.
I'm gonna lock in Seeker. I want to
Alright.
be the rogue this round.
Got it.
Okay, and Buttface wants
Chris
to
was
be...
doing Warden, I think.
Yeah, I'm doing Warden.
But
Okay.
Face, what are you thinking?
I was thinking messenger.
So here's the thing. I like the way I have laid out this character. I like what I'm seeing in my mind. There is one crippling disadvantage, which is the best I can do is a strength of 5. What are the
Wait,
rules for putting
you got up
stuff
to
on a
5?
cart? Yeah, I got up to 5. I moved some things around.
Will you
What
be
are the
able to
rules
move
for
the-
like having a cart so that I can actually be a functional character with a strength of 5?
Can you pull a cart with a strength of 5?
You can't, but like you could
Well, it's
hire
like-
an ox to pull it.
It's like my craft kits and whatnot. Like with 5 strength, I can probably carry the stuff I need to be effective in a fight. But like craft kits and whatnot, all that kind of stuff I would need to put on something.
So the first thing you could do is have somebody else carry the stuff for you. Like
Uh-huh.
there could be somebody else in the party whose job it is to carry your toolkit.
As a scholar, I'm going to need a lot of toolkits, though.
So here's what I'm thinking, as far as like pack animals go. In fact, I'll just paste this into the chat so you can read through it first.
Like, I think with 5 strength, I can be functional. And I have armor or whatever, so I can be somewhat functional. Like, I have the unarmored defense.
So what I have here is I've got the rules like your pack animal, if you're has 20 slots, and any items you pack onto it count as a smaller item, just to model that you've packed it inside somewhere.
Okay.
The difficulty is you can't retrieve it quickly.
Yep.
Retrieving it takes a full action, and if you're on initiative, it also requires an ability check.
What do you mean by that?
So if you guys get ambushed at night and you need a toolkit that's packed onto your ox, you need to succeed on a strength, dexterity, or intelligence check with a DC equal to half of the inventory spaces being used. So if your ox is packed to the brim, all 20 slots are filled, that's going to be an intelligence check, DC 20, to get that item out and ready in 1 round.
How big is a short bow?
I would think 2 spaces.
Okay.
And then a longbow would be 3. That seems reasonable to me.
And then how big is the kit?
Which one?
Let's go with alchemy.
No, I lost my document here. What have I done? Oh, it's over here. Okay. Got it in the wrong spot. I was thinking alchemy would be a 3-space kit because it's very fragile.
Okay.
You've got...
Let's see here. Do I need a kit for any of my other things? Slot. Craft. If do crafts require the kit to be like on my inventory?
They require you, depending on what the craft is, they require you to have access to it. Like if your character doesn't have the space to carry this alchemy kit, but Treble's character's got 3 extra spots, he can carry your alchemy kit for you. And as long as he doesn't just hold it over your head where you can't get it.
Oh, no. What have I done?
None of the features aside from the craft slots say that I need to have a kit on hand. Is that accurate?
Your class features, you mean? Like the scholar
Yeah.
features?
I think one of them says you need it to. Where is it? I thought there was one about like researching.
Sorry, ones that I would need to use like on the fly. Like if it research, I think I can probably spend some time to pull stuff off my.
I don't think any of
whatever
the
my
calling features are going to require a specific toolkit.
craft
No.
kit in hand. Okay. I can probably make this work. Unless Treble, do you have your eyes really set on Scholar?
No, it's fine. You can do that.
I mean, the other one I was thinking was Champion, and then I could have Strength and carry shit. But I actually think this is kind of devious and terrible, and I like it.
Do the devious thing. You'll have more fun.
All right, so I'm gonna try this Winter Corvum Scholar Criminal who's lawful evil.
All right.
Now, I have a question for you because I talked about it in when I messaged you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to do the thing that I proposed?
Oh, let me look at it.
No, my players are conspiring against me.
We're all just gonna be criminals.
Always.
Treble, did you have a calling in mind?
I did, but everybody else took it.
You could play whatever.
You can do
calling
whatever you want, Treble. You gotta
I'm
play this
looking.
game for
I'm
years.
looking. I'm looking. Give me a minute.
Buttface, you
Because
were gonna lock in Gerbine.
Oh, absolutely. You knew that.
I did know that.
Yeah, let's do it, Raz. Let's fucking do it.
Okay. Would you like to
gonna make-
introduce yourself?
What?
No
what are
introductions.
you playing
Don't
again?
don't introduce yet. I'm just going down the list here. Raz, did you lock in a type of folk?
Hedge.
Hedge. Chris, did you know?
I'm a Harrington Warden. I'm still looking at backgrounds.
You mean a Herringon?
I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, herring gonna work. I'm a bunny. Bunny.
Harrington.
Buddy,
What he has done is he has made a long patrolman from Redwall.
and Destel, you were
No.
going with a Corvum.
I'm thinking Corvum Scholar, yeah.
Okay, so just to be clear,
Winter.
the Corvum are the only bird folk that are available, and in this setting, they don't have wings. You do not have a fly speed as a Corvum.
Yep, I'm aware of that.
And Trouble, you're going to take a few more minutes to look because I think this is a good
Yeah.
chance to step away and take a quick break. Go ahead and get your coffee, get your bagel, and when we come back, we will hammer out some details of this adventuring party.
Chris, what for Warden? What were you going to? What fighting style were you thinking about picking?
Archery.
Okay.
Why were you thinking the same thing?
Again, yeah, don't worry about it.
Oh, are you doing archery?
I'm doing.
Okay.
I'm doing. So I thought about doing like blind fighting, dual wielding, but the problem is the warden has like archery specific skills and stuff that he gets. So
Yeah, I'm actually going to focus very heavily on trying to sneak attack while archerying. Unless there is a feat that gives me a dexterity point. What's the equivalent of steady aim but as a melee attack?
there's a bunch of different feats that give it to you.
Yeah, if you
Yeah,
can find
that was
something
actually
like
good.
that in there, I could shift to melee.
Any
That was
bonus
the one I
action-
saw.
You could
there's
also do daggers.
Yeah, no,
You
that's
you could throw or stab.
yeah.
We can all do
Currently,
archery.
I could just do whatever, but like, so I saw deadly archery in the feats. If there's an equivalent to that, that's deadly daggers. That would work. It was just I'm trying to find ways to give myself advantage, so I could get a free sneak attack.
There's a bunch of feats that give you bonus to use your bonus to actually get advantage. It's exactly the same as what rogues
Okay.
normally get.
I don't think I have to worry about that till level 4 anyway. But the most important part is I need dexterity +1 so I can actually pip up my dex value.
Yeah, if you just search the feat section for advantage and you'll find a couple. There's like 2 or
Dude,
3.
Destel showed me his stats and they're amazing. My stats are like, hey, I love the number 12 because all my stats are 12. Like, seriously, like, what have I done?
I'm not hating where I've got my stats sitting.
I think it'll be fine, but
You guys are all way ahead of me because, again, because again, Brickroad has said worry about overlap, so that's what I'm worrying about.
I'm almost done, I think.
As this is my first time using these, that check mark there is marking which your like saving throws are.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is determined by your calling.
Yep, I just marked that down in my
That's what it'll
misc
be.
area, and then I just realized that there are checkboxes up there.
Yeah.
Looking at your screenshot.
I think I might be done. I think I might have everything in my character sheet. Okay,
Okay.
I'm gonna go eat real quick. I'll be back.
I definitely don't have everything on my character sheet. I'm filling out a ton of crud.
I got a muddle with stats.
Who's going to be on the front line?
Not it.
I have 10 Constitution and I am good with only a short bow.
Yeah, I didn't figure yours. So right now, as it stands, we don't have a front line. There's nobody there.
That's probably fine. What do you keep talking about this front line? We're out in the wilderness and surviving. There's definitely not going to be any attacks, right? It's man versus nature, not man versus enemy. Oh wait, there's no men. Shit. That is just about that portion. And finally, a little bit of spending money. Okay. Have to have been forgetting something.
Costco muffins. Trouble, how you doing over there?
I'm fine. Hold on.
Deep in thought.
The stats.
Oh, that
I
didn't work.
spin my scroll wheel vigorously.
Dagger is D4 plus this. Oh, that didn't work.
Could somebody do me a favor and look up the Mopak? It's wisdom plus it's what are the stats?
I'm like right there. Hold on. JLM.
Mopak is +2 wisdom, +1 con. And you get a 20-foot climb speed.
There it is, yeah. D4 plus. All right. This spot.
Check Discord.
Why won't you do it? Why won't you? G. Oh, how did I do this in Genevieve sheet? Unfortunately, Google Sheets is not exactly the same.
Just
Yeah,
different enough to be
those-
annoying.
I think those are my stats.
What symbol is that? That's that. There we go. That's what I want. Wait, no, that's not what I want. What is H12?
Can anyone ever truly know what they want?
Well, I know what I want when it comes to like Excel, but not necessarily Google Sheets. 4 plus. Wait, no, a Sharpo's DC
Main background.
plus
Nobody sent
Oh, I
me
had to-
any puzzle pieces at
Don't
all
deserve
today.
them.
I had a whole bunch when I woke up, but
I really have to resist the urge to not do my puzzle because I'm just doing all that on the stream.
also I should be like eating. Let me come back in a minute.
What is the range on a short bow? 8320.
Yeah, I need to look up a grand bow.
It doesn't matter. It legitimately does not matter. Like, as somebody who who's used both in campaigns and had a run speed of more than 50 meters, like
Yeah.
50 feet per round, the numbers there, anything above 50 feet is infinity.
Yeah.
Unless you're in ship combat, then you
I
really
have-
need to walk.
I have Genevieve's character sheet here open because I'm trying to copy formulas from it. I had her laser eyes were range 90/400.
Yeah, that's infinity. Like
Yeah.
they're never like.
Well, the other thing is it just never comes up. So I was like, oh, we're like 500 feet away. I bet I could shoot these guys 6 times before we get there. But you're never 400 feet away. So it's never useful. I think that does it. Other than like, I don't know the size of these items in an inventory grid.
We're gonna go through that.
Yeah, I figure. How do I share this with you?
Don't yet.
Because you don't yet. Okay, I will. All right, then I will. I think it's good though.
Yeah, the Beyond the Wood PDF has like suggestions for sizes of various items and things, but when I looked at the actual item lists, like their smithing tools kit says it contains a small anvil, and I'm like, nobody's carrying an anvil. I don't. What is a
So-
small anvil? Come on.
I played a campaign where I had to track that, and my DM made us track weight. The small anvil is like 60 pounds.
Yeah,
Like
no,
there's nothing small about it.
You can't carry a small anvil.
Bench anvils go as low as 35. 35
That's-
pounds.
That's a tiny anvil.
It's a bench anvil.
That's a pocket size anvil.
A pocket size anvil.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, bench anvils. It's a real thing. They're about 35, 40 pounds a piece.
You want to carry one around when you're walking through the woods, 8 hours a day
I mean,
for weeks on end.
if that's what the group needs.
If by carry you mean drag.
No, the research I was doing is that like these are field kits. These are not intent. Like if you took smithing tools proficiency, you probably know how to work in a forge, but you're not carrying the forge with you into the field. That's the design intent behind it. These are field kits.
I mean, I just imagine that item is in the domain of, oh, I pull it out of the bag of holding. With
Well,
great difficulty, I assume.
Don't have a
but-
bag of holding in this campaign.
No, of course not. But like, when I saw that and I was like, wait, 60 pounds? Are you kidding? There's nothing pocket about this.
Just love the phrase "a small anvil." Like,
It's a Looney Tunes ass.
Like, when I thought of a small anvil, I thought of like, I don't know, like something you would have on your desk as a paperweight. Like that was a small anvil
sure,
to me. I'm
yeah,
like,
yeah.
what are you making with this?
I could
Are
see
you
like a 1
are
or
you
2 pound just
forging
chunk
needle?
of iron that you just keep on your desk. Sure.
Yeah. But I mean, I don't know. Like,
Like I have a small Mario pipe on my desk. It's supposed to be a planter, but I use it as a tiny garbage can.
I had to rename Burrow to Dig for my movement speed because Burrow 15 would not fit in this tiny box
Oh, okay.
for speed.
Fair enough.
I made the font smaller and then it was unreadable.
I think that's legal.
No, nothing you do is legal, Destal. You're just a criminal all the way down.
I am a criminal. That's correct.
I'm gonna be star touched.
What's this last column? H high.
Let's see. I guess I'm gonna play champion. Like the character, like the actual like character concept works either way with champion or warden.
Are we waiting anybody to come back? Who's still at large?
Now I'm trying to figure out my stats.
I gotta run downstairs in like 5 minutes to get my food, but I'm here.
Food, huh? Oh man, I made my big old pot of chorizo chili that I'm not allowed to
Oh,
make.
that sounds so good.
I usually can't make it because my wife won't eat it.
I love
spicy?
chili.
Chorizo chili sounds real good.
That sounds fantastic.
The thing is,
Oh, I gotta run downstairs and get more water. I'll be right back. Sorry.
when I went to the grocery, I went like 8:30 in the morning, and for whatever reason, the butcher wasn't there, so I didn't have anybody to like split the package of chorizo for me. So I've still got like half a pound of chorizo in my fridge. So I've got to find something else to do with it this week.
Throw in some hamburger helper.
I think I'm gonna just cook the chorizo in a pan, and then like cook like pieces of chicken in the pan with it, so it like gets the spice, and then just like dump yellow rice and fry it all together. That's my plan.
You're like halfway to making a gumbo. Like go whole hog, bud.
I'm not gonna attach a label to it. It's just whatever comes out of the pot will go in my face.
What qualifies as a land vehicle?
Like if you're gonna have an ox cart where you got all your stuff packed, somebody's got to drive the cart. So cart, wagon, sledge. There's no Formula One racers in this campaign.
What a missed opportunity.
There's no Formula One racers in this campaign yet.
What else would the light of science be bringing to the world?
So as soon as Raz comes back, I will lift up the blindfold here and we will get back to work.
Oh, am I supposed to be blindfolded? Sorry, I was eating.
Well, I blindfold just so people who are watching.
Oh, for your stream, yeah.
They know when to skim along the little YouTube track, when to click, knowing the break.
Oh no, I advance 15 seconds at a time until I hear someone start talking, and then I know this is like the behind scenes gossip. I have heard some shits behind this curtain. What you need to do is deafen us on your stream.
I did that accidentally a couple sessions ago.
Yeah, during like one of the most important plot points of the thing. I feel like that's partially my fault because I always check. The one time I did not check because I was like, it's been fine for the last 10 weeks. It'll be fine again. Brick Road cocks it up. I think I got. It's not great, but.
There you go. I'm back. Sorry about that.
All right. Did Chris get his food?
No. I'm about to go get it in 2 minutes.
All right, I'm going to pull up the blindfold now. We'll just have to deal with your food when it happens.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right. Trouble, do you have a species of folk in mind?
Yeah, Mopoc.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Only because I can't be a possum.
And you wanted to be the champion?
Yeah, we'll go with that for now.
Land vehicles don't have an actual tool, do they?
Yeah, they do.
It's a tool proficiency. So you could spend...
But there's no kit for it.
No.
The wagon.
But yeah, you would not track your wagon on your inventory.
Oh, does it come with a wagon already?
You can have a wagon. I don't mind.
A wagon and ox?
Just you would need some kind of beast of burden, probably an ox, but you could also do like a Like a goat or a mule or something could pull.
Raz's character is the beast of burden. It's this punishment for being chaotic evil.
No, my
Fucked up
strength
that-
isn't high enough.
Fucked up that deer get to be like real people, but then we still have ox as beast of burden.
Well, there's also just regular deer in the world.
Oh, okay, well then that's fine.
Do they like look at them all wistful there, but for the grace of Father Earth?
Some of them probably.
We're in BoJack rules.
Yeah, this is.
I don't know. Like, can you imagine like a deer
I don't
being
want
like
to be in BoJack
eg-
rules
existential?
because if we're
Too
in
late.
BoJack rules, that means in somewhere in the world there's a door that deletes you from existence.
There is always that door, Treble. I hate to inform you, you're living in that world right now.
The door is a metaphor for death.
Yes. There's nothing on the other side.
Subtlety is for cowards. I'm talking about an actual door that if you go through, you just get deleted.
Buttface, did you decide on
so
a
you
background
spoke-
for your character, for your Gerbine messenger?
Who are you asking? Me?
You.
Yep, fisher folk.
Let's go through. I want to go through some of
Some of the
the
backgrounds?
because yes. So like the social feature for like fisher folk is pretty easy. It's or excuse me, the travel feature. It's like if you fish, then you better fish. But
Right.
there was what is it? Travel feature. So you experience the true depth of suffering. Either once per journey, you may declare a mundane event as a joyous experience, and the company gains all the benefits thereby.
Okay, we will go over joyous experiences next. This is in the document, page 48 under journey events.
Oh, wait on here.
Oh, okay. It actually isn't.
It's a real thing.
No, I mean I looked and didn't see it. So
When the company has a joyous experience, first of all, a joyous experience might have some bespoke benefit, like if you find like an unguarded bee's nest and everybody can eat their fill of honey or whatever. But when the party has a joyous experience, every member of the company gains 1 blip. Anybody in the company who is miserable can end the condition. And if at least one member of the company is proficient with the letters skill and has writer's supplies, they may gain an account of the experience worth 2 gold leaves. So a joyous experience is the primary means of battling misery in the field. And
Is the writer's kit a kit?
Yep, it's a toolkit.
Oh, okay. Well, shit.
And the haunted background, your journey, your travel feature, you can just declare any mundane experience along the path as a joyous experience.
So
Oh,
is that
letters
just
isn't a skill for scholar? Okay. How do you get that?
criminal background has it?
Oh, good. Okay, got it then.
Yeah. I also was like, whew. So permission to print blips then, huh, Trouble?
yeah. I mean, I gotta have something because since he doesn't let me like get a blip every week for free for like editing and putting up the videos.
So
I've
Trevor,
started to fall behind.
you wanted to do haunted for your background?
Yeah, I'm going to be haunted. What I'm mentally picturing is somebody who is a survivor and like is considered slightly, like especially considering it sounds like this is not a probably up and up group. It sounds like a group of misfits. Maybe he's like nobody else will work with him. He's
Listen.
part of the group. I don't know what organizations exist in the world, but maybe like if there's like some organization that set this up, like
I am open
This
to
is-
suggestions. When the team starts to gel together, if there's something that stands out to you, let me know.
All I know is that yesterday Brick said he was going to watch Robin Hood with some other movies, and I was like, wait, there's a Fox Archer in that.
I watched Watership Down and then I watched Disney's Robin Hood last night.
So you had the comedy, and then what order did you watch those in? That matters.
In that order.
Okay. Yeah, you don't want to end on Watership Down and then be like, guess I'll go to bed now.
I don't think it's as disturbing as everybody says.
I watched it in 5th grade in like a public school, and I cried, and the person next to me thought that was endearing.
Listen, I rewatched Bambi a little while ago. Watching that as an adult is a totally different experience. It's about a father who abandons his kids.
Yeah.
The kid goes through an abusive relationship and becomes his father. It's a terrible movie.
Bambi's dad is a dick. Do we have
Are
anybody
we
else?
gonna air so many like repressed Disney grievances in this campaign? Because I'm all for it.
Does anybody else
Most-
have their background?
Yeah, criminal.
I'm also criminal.
2 criminal. Okay.
Do you have mine down as Star Touched?
Star touched.
Got to be the
I can
special
finally
boy.
get to be as special as I wish I was.
Okay, so let me go to the backgrounds list real quick because I want to make sure that. So the background is called Star Told. Star Touched is a feat. Are you taking that feat?
Yeah. Yes, I am.
Okay.
With a dex modifier.
The Star Touched feat.
I don't know what a magical success is, but I get them.
I will explain.
I need to.
I'm just skimming. A lot of this I wrote like 6 months ago. Okay, so when you make a check with. So as part of this feat, you'll choose any combination of 3 skills or tools you're proficient with. And a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, you can obtain a magical success. Magical success, I'm going to paste this in the chat too because this is a keyword that might come up with various features. Basically, it's a take 20. If it says you can obtain a magical success, instead of rolling the die, you just treat the roll as a 20. And as long as the action is not physically impossible, you succeed at it. So there's a difference between picture an action that I set like DC 28 or DC 30, something that's theoretically impossible. Depending on what your skill set is, you might not be able to hit that 30 even if you rolled a 20. That might only get you to 25, 26, might not be a success. If it's a skill with which you can obtain a magical success, you can still succeed. Magical success is better than rolling a 20. In the fiction, anybody who watches you perform this action should be awed, as though you have performed magic. I always think of Gandalf blowing smoke rings when I think of a magical success.
Hey Raz, you're
Yep.
taking criminal. I thought you were gonna take urchin so you could get like sure at the mark for the advantage.
If you want to take Urshan, I don't know that I'm a very good mother.
Right?
So Dessel, you're going to be Raz's adoptive mother.
Grandmother, yes.
But yes.
Fantastic.
I had the idea that like, maybe my character was an urchin and then like the adoption was late. I think I've settled into criminal mostly because I've typed it all into my character sheet and I cannot be arsed to do it again.
Okay.
All right, I might look something else up then. Let me see how do those features, is that something we want to double up on, or?
I don't see why not.
So the travel feature for criminal is you find a cache of goods out in the wilderness that either has some monetary value or can increase a character's materials die.
Yeah, like we can fill the die, which I feel like could be very beneficial to double up on. It's only the materials die, right?
Correct.
Okay.
This is like you found a cache of goods out in the wilderness that some other folk have
Yeah.
left behind for some reason.
I gotta make sure I counted this right. I have so many skills that I'm not sure that I have done this right.
Oh, I need to actually like look at my skills and pick those.
Let me look at the feats. I might choose a different background
Okay.
at that point. But
Brickroad did listen. I am incredibly worried about this. I'm incredibly worried about two things from this experience. One is from the document, in which case you can. It's a line in the warden class of calling. Hold on, let me read it. Where is it? You can add your wisdom modifier to the damage roll against unnatural creatures, and then like terrible beasts, ancient monstrosities, and the moving dead.
Yes.
Yeah,
So,
Zombie raccoons.
tell the people.
and the other thing that has terrified me is Brickroad pointedly pointing out to us to make sure that we have as many bases covered as possible. Like it was a pointed warning not to do five bards and go on a magical musical adventure.
Musical adventure. Well, we did that last campaign with Drama Club, right?
Now, the other thing I want to get finalized on your character sheet, just like normal, is your alignment, ideal, and flaw. We're going to do blips just like we always do. So your character is going to have an alignment, ideal, and flaw. On the character sheet, your alignment, the line for it, I've already split up to two parts. So like at the front of it, you can type your actual alignment, and then after that, you can type the line. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. So anybody who knows that stuff can start calling it out, and I'll start recording it on my document here.
I'll go after Destel because I need to put his character's name in my alignment.
Vera's fine.
Oh, Vera's fine. Okay. Give me a second. I have mine written down, but I am trying to like make sure I have the right number of skills because I feel like I have too many.
You're going to feel like you have characters on average. You're going to have more skills in this game than a 5e character would.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm playing a rogue, and rogues have like lots of skills, but I was like 8 feels like a lot.
Yeah, you might end up with 8.
So So my background. Oh shit! This is not bad.
Because Hedge gets some.
Okay.
You get some from your race too.
Yeah. So I got background, which is
Also, if there's overlap in your skills, if you get the same skill from two sources, just replace the overlap skill with a skill of your choice.
you just pick anything, right?
Yes.
I purposely tried to avoid that, and it worked out well enough. Criminal. Choose 2. What did I pick? I did that.
I actually took the rules for misery checks and joyous experiences from Lord of the Rings, because that game has a whole system for tracking your character's corruption in terms of like the enemy casting its shadow upon you, from which you advance through misery and then into despair and then into madness, and then what has to happen for you to come back. And I'm reading this book, and I'm like, you can see the exact point where Boromir failed this saving throw.
Nice.
So I only took the first step of this system. I only took the misery level, because I don't think we need the whole corruption by the shadow level. And if we did, I have the Ravenloft rules still. Like, I could just use those.
Okay, this is correct. Okay, I'm ready. Sorry about that.
All right. Lay it on me.
Okay. Where did it go? Oh, it's up here. Sorry, I thought I was ready. Okay. Alignment Chaotic Evil. If only his grandmom knew what he was getting himself into.
Okay.
Ideal, he thinks Vera would be proud of him, the poor thing.
Okay.
And then Flaw, it's a wonder anyone would work with him, the wretch.
Are you gonna make our lives miserable for the next 2 years?
No, the campaign doesn't last that long.
Are you
And
just playing Victor?
so
No,
is-
this
is
is
interpreted.
Victor, but worse.
is Vera Destel's character?
Vera is Destel's
Yes.
character.
Does your character have a name? Do we know yet?
Vera.
Does Raz's
Oh,
character have a name?
My character, sorry. His name is Sebastian, but everybody calls him Spike. Only Vera gets to call him that. And probably when she's angry, which will be often.
No one gets to call you Seabass.
If you do that, you'll wake up with a dagger in your throat.
Fair enough.
Now,
What's your middle name? Because it doesn't work unless they say both.
it does. It does.
Well, he has
seem
a
as
last
though,
name, so she can say that.
given the party makeup that seems to be taking shape here, it might behoove us to go over the rules for PvP combat at this table,
No, I'm not gonna do that.
which are
Oh, but we might do it to you.
if you declare a harmful action against another player, I will allow it, but the other player gets to decide the outcome.
Oh, I assumed it just had to be consensual.
Well,
I mean, I guess that is consensual in a way. But we're not leaving it up to chance.
It-
And also, that's not my plan.
right. It has deterred a lot of bad behavior over the years.
I mean, I will put out front that, like, the point of this character is going to be, like, I'm going to propose outlandish bullshit things, and I might spontaneously, like, start initiative with monsters, but I'm not going to, like, PvP. Like, I'm not gonna... I'll threaten people, but I'll never act on it.
Now, the hedge has the racial ability curl up. I didn't invent
Yeah.
this. This is straight out of Humblewood. This is absolutely insane racial features. So the idea is you can curl up. First of all, Hedgehog, you can't wear armor of any kind.
Yeah.
But I think it gives you a natural armor class of like 14 or something.
14, which is really high.
It's good enough. So you can curl up as an action, at which case your armor class becomes 19, and you can still use your shield. And then any creature that attacks you but misses takes melee damage from your quills. So
So I can't quite be Genevieve because I'm not shield proficient, but 19's pretty good.
I can go next.
yeah, Vera.
All right, so Vera. Alignment, lawful, evil. Problems need to be dealt with. Note that dealt with is capitalized. Ideal, no one touches anyone under my wing. And flaw, living is expensive, lives are cheap.
All right, I have made sure to capitalize dealt with.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is
Welcome to the
Sebastian
most
such a problem?
functional family. I don't think we've worked on our rapport because this was very sudden and
Yeah.
Hey, sometimes
this happened an hour ago.
sometimes the characters just come together like that, you know?
Yeah, it worked out.
And Destel, you're looking through the backgrounds again.
I'm probably gonna go with criminal, but I'm gonna double check if there's anything else that might work.
Okay.
Criminal might be foreground.
There was that researcher one.
Yeah, I'm looking at stuff like that. I'm just kind of figuring out what feat I want, really. I can make the character work with most of these.
Something that gives you letters, huh?
Yeah, I need something that gives me letters and something that ideally would increase my dex by one would be great.
Letters should be an option with every single background. If you find
no,
a
my whiz
background
by
that
one.
doesn't list letters, let me know and I'll add it.
Okay.
Well, Corvum get it for free anyway, I think.
Oh, do I?
I think
Nice.
so.
I haven't actually gone through the race in detail, so.
I'll check.
Yeah, you gain proficiency in the letters skill. Additionally, choose one of lore, nature, or observance.
Oh, there you go.
Nice, okay.
Solves your problem.
Yep.
It's also one of the. I think it's only Corvum and Vulpin that have dark vision.
So that was 100% why I
Mapach.
went with a Corvum for like what was going to be my pretend backup character. I guess was they had letters, and I wanted my character to learn from them.
Mapach also have it.
The Mapach also have another completely insane racial feat, which I think this also comes straight out of Humblewood. I didn't devise this. Where basically, first of all, you gain proficiency in thieves' tools, and you can construct crude but functional versions of common items using materials present in your surroundings. Basically, if it costs less than 30 golds, you can make it with just a roll of your materials die. And it only lasts an hour, but it'll work functionally. It'll work fine for that full hour.
That is functionally a cleric of the forge ability, I think.
Pretty much, yeah. It's in that ballpark.
Genevieve could do that too, but it was only tools.
Those are their tiny, creepy hands.
The Gerbine, their
That's
thing
funny.
is they can ride around on other party members
Yeah.
with the Vanguard perch. Are you going to be riding Treble around?
I've yet to decide who is going to be my trusty steed, but yeah, that Vanguard perch and underfoot, especially with one of the Lord of the Rings feats, is kind of stupid. It's like real stupid.
I played a halfling barbarian for a while that was almost impossible to target.
Yeah, dog.
I guess it's an interesting question here because a hedge is small. Hedges are always small. Gerbines are always small. Herringon can go either way. So, Chris, is your Herringon going to be medium or small sized?
I was gonna make a medium.
Okay.
So are you going to be like a rabbit or like one of those 1,000-yard stare has seen the face of God hairs? You know what I mean? Like you're
I'm
a
gonna be
cute
more like a
fluffy
jackal.
bunny or like like the desert hares that have seen like the face of God and blinked.
Hares are called that because they're bunnies on heroin, right?
Yes.
The Herringon, they've got their racial features came out of the Witchlight book. They're not bunny people in Humblewood for whatever. But your vigilant footwork and your rabbit hop, like you're gonna want to make sure you know how those work because they're pretty crazy.
I feel like we had that was what was used against us on that one fight on the guy that branded us.
Well,
and
I
made
was
us
I played a
invisible or
Herringon in
whatever.
that campaign and I used that rabbit hop a lot.
What we decided on was it doesn't use your movement, I think. Like
I'm in the wrong.
you activate it and you just basically it's a teleport.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna go with criminal and alertness.
Okay.
Right.
So we're gonna double up on criminal.
I don't know how often we're gonna be using the materials die, but like that just feels pretty strong to me. Having two sources of being able to buff it.
Well, for example, are you guys with bows? You're gonna have to roll material die to make arrows.
Yep.
So
Oh, perfect. Okay, so I can handle mine.
if you
And
use your alchemy kit to make
Yeah.
potions, or you use your medicine, your surgeon's kit to like
So we
restore
have
some of the hit
4
points.
archers and then me. This is like shaping up to be Gus all over again.
I don't have to use a bow. I could use a dagger. But the second I take damage, I'm rolling into a ball and just going, help me, save me,
That's fine. They'll
And-
attack you and
and then
they'll pop
hoping
arrows.
AC 19 is enough. Which, as we all know, it's not.
So Hedge has natural armor. Messenger has
Yeah,
unarmed
my AC is
defense.
I gotta get actual armor. That sucks.
Champion also has unarmed defense.
I
love that-
gotta have armor.
I love that the answer to why I can't wear armor is because all the spikes get in the way. Like, I'm just imagining that, like, I can't even wear, like, normal clothing.
So terms like normal clothing would not really make sense amongst the folk because every
Yeah.
type of folk would need different clothing. Like normal clothing
yeah,
for a
okay.
hedge would be different than normal clothing for a gerbine.
I found this picture and like I'm gonna. Oh, that's the wrong box here.
Are we able to buy any starting equipment, or how are we gonna do that?
Just write down whatever equipment is granted from your calling and your background.
Okay.
If your background gives you some starting money, which are gold leaves, you can use them to buy equipment out of the PHB if you prefer to have it.
It's like 1 gold leaf is 1 gold piece.
Yep. That is exactly how it works.
I can't buy shit for 5 gold.
That's correct.
Could have been a thief. Yeah, we get 15.
I think nobles get 25. Ooh.
You still can't buy anything with 15, I don't think.
I need a 400 gold piece breastplate.
I'm more concerned about spending my money because it means I'm buying things I had to shove into this Tetris block.
Yeah. Was it intentional, Raz, that you are playing Shadow the Hedgehog?
No, actually.
Okay, I wasn't going to say it. I'm glad somebody did.
I was going to use Sonic as my icon, but maybe I'll have to. No,
Brick, is
no,
a
I
great
found
bow
it.
the same as a longbow?
I'm sorry?
Is a great bow the same as a longbow?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Lord of the Rings calls them great bows. I don't know why.
Because they're great.
And I feel like a longbow is a 3 space item. That's an item that changes your silhouette when you're carrying a weapon that large.
Are you going to document the inventory size of items anywhere?
Yes. I have a page on my Flumph 8 spreadsheet I'm going to go through your guys' character sheets after this and make sure that I've charted all the items, make sure they all make sense to me. Because there's a couple ways I could have approached this. Like a top-down approach would be to just go through the books and make a full inventory list and do it all myself. And that sounds like a good way to waste a lot of work. So I'm going to do a bottom-up approach instead. We'll start with what you guys are carrying and work up from there. And that'll give us a good benchmark.
Oh man, now McDola's posting Shadow the Hedgehog. I'm going to be clear here. I don't even know who Shadow the Hedgehog is because I don't play Sonic games. All I know is that he has a gun. That's literally all I know.
We lost Buttface. Poor man has died. You've killed him.
Nope, I'm here.
Buttface, do you need a description for what alignment, ideal, and flaw are, or do you know what those are?
Yes, I do have that.
Have that. Okay.
My alignment is lawful neutral. The recipe is sacred. Shortcuts ruin the dish.
It's pretty good.
My ideal is comfort is simple but necessary.
A man after my own heart.
And my flaw is that was like a whole week ago. Don't worry about it.
Does your character have a name yet?
Do you want to know the name of my character?
I would love to.
All right, it's Barleycorn.
Oh God, no. That's fine.
You're my favorite.
How dare you?
We expected Brick to have the negative reaction to that one, not Raz.
Why?
No, Brick is the one that's been teasing me about this forever.
I
Hold
am
on.
pro
He's-
Barleycorn.
Barleycorn is such a good name for a
Yeah, that's a really good name.
for a animal.
I wish I had this open and like handy, but you could have gone with Poppy Seed, or Cubit, or Sky,
Could have been oatmeal.
or Nautical
I'm just
Nile.
thankful that he's leaning away from Ratatouille. It seems like.
Well, no, it's
No, that-
Ratatouille.
That's a great name.
All right, I'm struggling a little bit with my ideal. Let me give you like, okay, so I'm picturing, you know that movie / story trope where you have like the knight or captain, because I'm the captain,
Okay.
right? Where like he's disgraced, maybe for reasons like he survived or whatever, and he gets put in charge of essentially not even the B team or the C team or the D team or the E team. We're down here in like the SR range at this point,
Okay.
and he maybe morally flexible, will lie, cheat, and steal. Like I do have my alignment: chaotic, neutral, lie, cheat, or steal. All that matters is winning. And my flaw is I can't lose anyone else. The problem that I'm running into is like the guy who will bend the regulations to make sure his people are covered.
Repeat that flaw.
I can't lose anyone else.
I can't lose anyone else.
Yep.
Okay.
So trying to think of a good ideal, because I'm picturing like a disgraced leader who was put in charge of this mess.
What got him disgraced?
He's been in charge. He's a he's haunted. He's the only survivor multiple times. Like he has a reputation. He's considered bad luck. Maybe slightly cursed.
I suddenly had the thought of like something along the lines of "this too shall pass" for you.
Yeah, and like
This shall pass, but I won't.
let's see.
Chris, do you know anything about your character yet?
I know he's going to be lawful neutral because he has his own personal code he goes by.
Okay.
You were a Haringen, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm still working on the other. So the basic idea is this: he's sort of a Robin Hood type, where he doesn't think that just because you're strong you have power, and so he tries to protect the weak, and he's not above killing the strong.
Okay.
Do you have a name?
No.
Not yet. Okay.
I'm gonna call him
right.
Human.
Is that HUGH? No. Or
MAH. Yes. Human.
Yeah.
Oh,
no.
I do have a name, by the way, Brickard.
Sure.
It's Canterbury.
Canterbury?
Yeah.
How do you spell that?
Canterbury.
Okay, that was what I thought, but it could be like berry as in straw or blue. You said chaotic neutral, knockback.
Okay, my character's name is going to be Joffrey.
Joffrey?
Joffrey.
That's not ominous at all.
Well, Treble, who wrote the Canterbury Tales?
Yeah, see, I knew this was where this was gonna go. Ah.
Joffrey with a G or a J?
With a G. Many people call him Jeffrey, but he doesn't respond.
Okay.
Spell it with a J, and we'll call you Jiffrey.
What about Giffrey?
Look at us eschewing the good alignment.
No good characters in this party.
Yeah,
You're right.
we had enough of that as students.
Well, it's kind of it's when two people have decided to when somebody has decided to pull the chaotic evil trigger, it gets really difficult to justify there being a good character in the party with them. Raz rationalized it as his character is kind of dumb, I think.
No, I actually rationalized it as I would have a character that would improve over time. That plan might be fading.
No,
fast.
I'm talking about Benny and Pirate Crew.
Oh, okay, yes. No, Benedict was just like a very flawed character that saw no wrong in
Willfully
anybody.
ignorant.
Yeah.
You have to be willfully ignorant.
Yes, that is correct.
So
No, my intent in this campaign was like I was gonna like redeem my character somehow,
we have
but now I don't need to. I can bring all the rest of you down with me.
I'm gonna go with it's kind of a similar modified my ideal savor the moment.
Savor the moment. Okay.
We'll just go with that. See how that works out because I can change it later.
Okay.
I got an ideal. My ideal is the strong should protect the weak.
Okay.
Freaking just completely stole
So,
my character idea.
Then Joffrey is going. It sounds like he's going against type when it comes to playing a Harengon. Because most Harengons, their idea of safety is to evade or flee or hide from danger. But Joffrey sounds like he confronts it.
Joffrey has seen too many of his friends get eaten because they picked a bad hiding spot.
Fair enough.
You have literally just made a member of the Long Patrol.
I don't know what that is, but okay.
I also don't know what that is. This is fine. Oh no, wait. Yes, I do. Yeah.
They're the hares in Redwall. They're all psychopaths who scream like they have this like battle cry they all scream out when they charge. They literally just charge into combat with javelins because they're actual crazy people.
I was gonna take the feat that lets you eat meat because nothing's more terrifying than a rabbit eating meat.
Oh, I guess we could go over the diet rules real quick. Because your character is... Well, let me look at the list here.
That
Okay, so Joffrey is a strict herbivore.
For the moment, yes.
So what that means is your food is vegetables. When you go to eat a meal, you will roll the veg die, and it'll reduce on a 1 or a 2. Whereas barley corn, the gerbine, has a balanced diet, herbivore and carnivore. The benefits of that is he can eat either meat or veg. The drawback is that Joffrey will only starve if he runs completely out of food. Barleycorn will starve if either of his diet dice get too low because he's becoming malnourished. If he has nothing to eat but meat for days and days and days and can't find good forage, he'll get like scurvy and stuff. And I've decided just to mirror that as part of the starving condition.
Is that my problem in real life?
Scurvy?
Nutrition's important.
No, not scurvy, but eating meat for days and days and days.
if you have to ask, then probably.
Yeah, no, I'm being silly, but I'm also kind of not.
Vegetables and nutrition are important.
I love vegetables, but like when you eat out at drive-thrus late at night, like you can't exactly order a salad.
So 2 of you are insectivores. And basically what that is, it's the same as being a carnivore, except your meat die only goes down on a roll of a 1. It's easier to preserve your protein because you can just find it under rocks and stuff out in the wilderness.
So if we're like rolling for like fish and stuff, then does that mean like are we gonna have to? Because I'm assuming like you would use that to replenish the die. Those actions. Does that not apply to them since they're insectivores?
I think in this group, the only carnivore in this group is barleycorn. Because your character is a scavenger.
Yep.
Which means you can eat whatever.
Yeah. Trash panda.
You can eat your materials.
You just come over. He's eating crayons.
He has a mouthful of arrows.
What I'm hearing is when I'm fishing, everyone else gets the seaweed, you get the boots.
Exactly. You might save a crawdad for one of the insectivores.
Yeah, those they're like bugs of the sea, right?
I'm not going to be fastidious about what does and does not count as meat or vegetable in this campaign. We're going to abstract quite a lot of that away.
Meat carrots.
I didn't take into account the fact that there are aquatic like plants and things that you could technically fish up. So
Yeah.
I was just thinking straight up fish.
You can eat kelp in Minecraft. You shouldn't, but you can.
Ooh, that sounds salty.
You can eat kelp in real life too.
I don't like it. Ugh.
That's good in certain applications. Ramen.
You also don't like fish, so
I'm waiting
What's not
on
to like about salted sandpaper?
an alignment and a flaw for Jeffrey. And I think everyone else I've got on the list here.
So because it is something that is mentioned in the Mopok information, I want everybody to know my build is wide.
What size category is that?
Medium.
Wide?
like big.
I don't.
but-
I don't. I cannot. I can only be medium.
Are
So
you a
I'm-
5x10 space? No.
I just take up the whole 5 foot square because I'm 5 foot tall and I'm wide.
Very important. When you walk, does a bassoon start playing?
You can just say you're built like Wario.
Like this.
So let's do this.
Yeah.
Let's go down because everybody has their you've populated your skill lists, your tool proficiencies, and that sort of thing, right? You've notated your travel feature from your background. Has everybody done that?
Where do we put? Oh, tools. There it is. Yeah, I was supposed to say, where do I put
Yes.
the tools?
So let's do this. Let's walk through the various journey actions and just make sure that this group has a plan for what they're going to do about these journey actions. So starting with scout ahead. You need to scout ahead if you're ever going to make any progress in the wilderness. You can't move from one hex to another unless somebody is scouting ahead.
I suspect multiple people are going to be good at this, but I'm competent in explore and travel.
So this will be an
Nice.
explore check if you're in a hex you've never been to before. And it'll be a travel check if you're crossing a hex you've been through before, or it's a known road with waypoints and things.
Chris, you might be better at this than me.
Yeah, I have proficiency, and then I got a magic dice in explore.
Okay, so it sounded
And
like
my wisdom.
Joffrey is got explore covered. So the next one is keep watch. Keep watch is the check to kind of watch your flanks as you're traveling to make sure nothing sneaks up on you, or to spot potential danger or obstacles before they become a problem. And typically that is a perception check.
That might also be something I would do. I have an expertise in perception.
Okay.
My passive is 15.
Now, one character can take multiple journey actions, but they get progressively more difficult.
We should probably make a list of which characters can do each one, because this is not something we have to do permanently, right? Like we can change this up as we go.
You can change this on a day-to-day basis, but I think in practice, you guys are going to fall into kind of standard journeying roles.
Yeah, because like for perception,
I can start typing
rabbit
that
people
in.
get bonuses to that if it's audio.
Some of them might, yeah.
Where is the list of actions?
It
There,
It's
starts.
like
Okay. So scout ahead. We'll say Joffrey. What's your perception bonus, Chris?
+4.
Okay, I have 5, so that means you don't have to double up. So
Yeah,
keep
I'm proficient in
watch.
perception, but I only got a 14.
Although, as a warden, eventually Joffrey will get a class feature that makes doubling up on journey actions easier than for other characters. Like, your character is built for that
Sweet.
sort of work.
Sweet, that's less shit that I have to do.
So-
yeah, I've
The next one, and this one should be trivially easy most of the time, but if you're in a situation where it's not possible to do this, the party is probably in dire straits. And that's find water. So that's typically a nature or travel check. Usually the DCs are very small. And if it's raining, the DC is only 2.
My nature is quite high.
Okay.
My nature is +7.
This is probably not something you'll have to do every single day, because if you find water, you're able to kind of fill up everybody's water skins all at once. The next one's going to be very important for Joffrey, and that's forage. So that's a hunting check or an intelligence or wisdom check with an herbalism kit. And that's finding plants, grains, or mushrooms to eat.
I also have hunting proficiency.
I'm a balanced herbivore, so I think I need that too.
Yes,
Balanced insectivore, herbivore.
correct. And so you'll forage to find veg dice for people. Again, you might not have to do that every single day. And then the next check is hunt, which is the same check except it's getting meat. So it's either a hunting check, an intelligence or wisdom check with trapper's tools to trap live game, or an attack roll with a ranged weapon at disadvantage.
Man, I could fire my bow into the wild blue. So can like half the party, it sounds like.
Yeah,
I'm
like
not
how much do
proficient
trapper's
hunting.
tools cost?
Trying to find the list of tools.
I don't have the PHB in front of me.
Oh, they have the PHB.
Okay, so my skill list is actually pretty anemic. Like for journey stuff, it looks like animal handling, hunting, and I'm bad at those because, like, I have to be strong and constitution and have high charisma. So, yeah.
I've still got 2 skills I haven't filled in and a kit I haven't filled in, and I'm probably able to move some of the other ones around.
Is it a hunting trap that y'all were looking for?
It's a trapper's kit, is what it's called.
Trapper's kit. Okay, that's what I'm doing.
I don't see it on the list.
I don't see that either.
There is trapper's tools in the...
I see a hunting trap.
Is it in the Lord of the Rings book, maybe?
I see a trapper's kit in Pathfinder.
Oh, you're not... Okay, you're looking for it in, like, the PHB?
Yeah.
Oh, you probably won't find it then.
Yeah, that's what I say. How much does it cost?
Oh, I don't know. So
Like it's-
are you granted proficiency with trapper's tools from your background or your calling or something? How are you proficient with it?
Oh, I'm not, but somebody else might be.
Okay. If you're proficient with it, I'll just let you start with it. You're going to start with anything. Every background gives a toolkit and starts you with that toolkit.
Yeah, wardens are not proficient in any tools for some reason.
Yep, same with champions. So,
2 of us ended up with thieves' tools or disguise kit or dice as background.
Correct.
For what's worth, I have rope kit and thieves' tools. I could change something?
I have thieves' tools, but there's nothing actually any more useful I think I can pick up.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I don't have very... I still have to choose within that frame.
So as we go forward, let me find the correct... So there's a feat called Mastery that grants you skill, tool, or weapon proficiency. So as you guys level up, you might consider that feat to shore up any holes in your journeying kit.
You're saying we'll make it to level 4.
You might.
Well,
Like, I still have one toolkit for my calling and 2 skills for my calling I can fill in, but
Does anybody
well-
have? Okay, how are we going to handle injuries?
Put him on the cart and drag him.
You add
that's
just a little
probably
dirt.
me.
Yeah, we do have a scholar.
Like, I could fill in Surgeon's Kit as my second kit. And I do get, like, healing him at level 2.
It does feel a little weird not to have like no kits, no skill kits on your at level 1, because every class in the PHB at least gets something. Even if
It's
they're
great to hear from your
instrument.
background. You took the haunted background. That gives you, I think,
Thieves' kit.
musical instrument, a pipe, or I forget if I gave you 2 or 3 options. But yeah, everybody should start with a toolkit, guaranteed.
Yeah, I could have picked a builder's kit for all the good that would do.
Could also,
haunted is art supplies, writing supplies, or a pipe.
yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, I have land vehicles because that was one that made most sense of my options.
Land vehicle, drive a wagon, man. That's a useful skill to
That's
have.
what we do. You gotta sit up on top of the wagon and shoot things with arrows.
The next
I also
journey
picked up-
action is fishing. Fishing is a hunting check, or an intelligence or wisdom check with fishing tackle, or an attack roll
surely
with a
that's
net
pro.
at disadvantage.
Surely that's barleycorn, right?
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, what was Jeffrey's calling and background? And I need that for Treble.
He's
also.
a star thingy warden.
Warden. Star Touch? Was
Star
it?
told.
Star Told.
He's the main character.
Or at
He's the
least he
hero.
thinks he's the main character.
That's fine.
What? How is this different from your other characters?
Because it's justified now.
Oh, because
Trouble,
it's
you're-
actually true. Okay, got you.
Treble, you're a champion. What was your background?
Haunted.
Haunted. Thank you. Okay, sweet.
The next journey action is cook. You have to cook to turn raw stuff
What?
into dice, basically. So
I
that
didn't
is
see that on here. Hold on.
a
Skip one?
dexterity or wisdom check with cooking utensils, or a travel check at disadvantage.
And I should also have that one covered. No problem.
Cooking is also something you probably won't do during the day. It's probably something you will do when you make camp at night. So if
Sorry, I have a question now. Where are you finding this sequence of events? Because
I'm
like
on-
I was following along, and then Cook
I'm on,
isn't on my list of.
Page 46.
yes,
I'm on 45.
you're looking at the terrain DC checklist. Cook's not on that
Yeah,
list because
you don't need to worry about where you're cooking. Well,
Exactly.
if you cook in a lake or river, the DC might be high.
Just don't cook underwater and you'll be all right.
Yeah, don't cook underwater. Okay, thank you.
Collect materials. This is a nature, investigation, or travel check against
Oh, am I in-
the travel DC. This is to find things you need to keep the company moving. Fletching for arrows, fiber for rope, herbs and fuel, firewood, that sort of thing.
I'm again very good at these.
Okay.
Okay.
There is repair equipment. That's a strength or dexterity check against a DC of 10. And that's a
That's-
disadvantage if you don't have access to the appropriate tools.
Oh.
What would be the appropriate tools?
Depends on what you're repairing. Like if you're repairing armor, it would be smithing tools. If you're repairing Joffrey's ox cart, it would be builder's tools.
And we can just improvise at disadvantage or something like
Correct.
that? Okay.
Need that
I can-
portable anvil.
I can kind of do dexterity checks.
I can kind of do strength checks. I got +3.
I got a +3 in strength.
Okay. So this
I
is a
don't
check that
have-
somebody's going to want to do at least every couple days. If nobody in the company has performed a repair equipment journey action since the last time they finished a short rest. I'm going to roll to see if a random piece of the company's equipment gets damaged. So this is modeling every time you guys make camp, you have to check your boots, scour your mail, sew up holes in your clothes, sharpen weapons and make sure they're not rusting. Just routine maintenance on all of your gear, or else it's going to start to deteriorate. Again, that's something that you can always specify you're doing it at camp. The next one is craft consumables. So making things like ammunition, medicine, torches, rope, powder and shot, or journaling also falls under craft consumables.
I can journal.
Are you literate?
Yeah.
Good. You took the letters skill?
And I have the writing because, like I said, there's not really a whole lot of synergy in going on here.
Champion is the beat up monsters class for sure.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So for craft consumables check, you're rolling your materials die, and then your check is going to be determined on what it is you're crafting. Usually,
There's no, like, fletching kit specific.
Yeah, like for arrows and bolts, you'll make a strength or dexterity check using builder's tools or trapper's tools.
So we don't have to do every one of these every time in theory,
Correct.
right? Because, like, for example, we don't have anyone proficient in hunting, but we start with full meat die,
I'm
right?
proficient in hunting.
Oh, I didn't write you down. Hold on.
Hold on. Let me see.
I'm also proficient in hunting.
Move. So these are the skills that are available to me: acrobatics, animal handling, athletics, hunting, intimidation, observance, perception, deception, letters, lore, investigation, and riddle. And
Yeah, we just need to make a table offline about who's proficient in what.
Yeah.
Let me take a look at the callings list here. Does every calling except champion start with a tool proficiency?
Warden does not for some reason.
Captain does not either. I thought there was a couple that didn't.
So, and then I have from my race, I have thieves' tools, and from my background, I have my choice between, like, what is it? It's pipe.
Well, the champion says you start with art supplies, musical instrument, or pipe.
I'm not a champion.
Oh, I thought you were a champion.
I'm a captain.
You're a captain. Got it.
Oh, I wrote that wrong. Okay. Yeah, I also wrote that.
I'm the captain.
Hi, Captain.
Are you gonna make these people call you captain? I would.
Yeah. I am.
Yeah. Got it. In fact, I'm gonna write Captain Canterbury on my sheet right now.
Yeah.
Joffrey calls you Cece.
I can't read or write, so I think it's spelled Cap N. Like, you're not even wearing a hat.
Line, straight line.
Hey, you're not wearing a hat. What the hell?
Okay. So during the day, you'll pick one of these actions to perform as you're traveling along during the day. At night, when it's time to make camp, one person needs to pick a site for the camp, and one person needs to build a fire. And then everybody else can pick a second journey action to do at camp. And as you've observed, you won't have to do every single one of these every single day. You probably won't have to find water every day unless something is spoiling your water supply as you're traveling. But at minimum, you're going to want probably someone to scout ahead, keep watch, and maybe repair equipment at least once a day while you're journeying.
I might swap my.
The final journey action here is set markers. That's an explore check or an intelligence check with cartographer tools. And what that basically does is if you succeed at set markers check, you can mark the hex that you're in, and then that hex is now explored. And traveling through it in the future will be easy. So I'm hearing that Vera is very good at a lot of things.
Yeah, I'm like a backup on a bunch of these. Like I'm okay.
But they're not like the most useful day-to-day thing. When they come up, they should get taken care of. But they could. There's other stuff I'm not good at.
So I'm just
I
going
feel like I'm
to
gonna be
cover the
taking
rules
watch
real
on
quick for taking multiple journey actions. You can take as many journey actions as you would like to declare. If you take multiple journey actions, the DC for your first one increases by 2. The DC for the second one increases by 4, and they continue to get harder and harder. And if you fail one, you fail all subsequent ones as well, and gain a level of exhaustion. So you don't want to take on too much of the party's load all on one person.
Sorry, I think I was misunderstood something there. So let's suppose that I wanted to both hunt and fish.
Okay.
I don't know why I'd want to do this, but would my DC for the first one be 10 or 12?
You're hunting. First, you declare the order in which you're doing them. Hunt, then fish.
Correct, yeah.
So your hunt would be +2, and your fish would be +4.
Okay, so it'd be 12, then 14.
Correct. Now, if you're going to hunt during the day and then fish while you're at camp, that's not what this is talking about. That's
Correct.
two
Yeah,
separate
so that would be
phases
10
of the
and
day.
10.
Correct.
Okay. Well, actually, I guess it would be whatever this grid says that I was looking at.
There's also a couple ways you can duplicate effort. So you can always take the help action as your journey action. If somebody is foraging and it's like really, really important that they find enough food for you guys, someone can go and help. And then that character would get all the benefits of being helped. They'd roll their check at advantage. You can also have 2 members individually attempt journey actions. So you could say, we need to find a lot of food. We can have 2 people forage, and they can both individually make checks and both individually find some amount of units of vegetables that we can later cook.
But as a warden, I only have the +1, so I could go scout ahead, and then while I'm scouting, go forage, and DC only goes up by 1, right?
Yeah, let me
How
just
much-
double check that real quick. That
How
sounds right,
much
but I'm going to
of-
verify.
How much of our time is going to be spent in the wilderness versus interacting with NPCs?
You're going to be interacting with NPCs while you're in the wilderness.
Okay.
I don't know the answer to that yet. You're going to be doing all the normal D&D stuff. There's going to be dungeons and monsters and treasure hoards and all that good stuff. So yeah, just to confirm what Chris was saying about this Landstrider ability, because you're a warden, when you take multiple journey actions, your DC modifier is +1 instead of +2. So it's easier for you to do multiple things over the course of a day than other characters. Taking a look at Raz's list here now.
It's not exhaustive. It's just what I could catch.
Okay.
I think a lot of people are probably in the boat of like, well, I'm like the second best at something, so we could back up or double over, but we could fill that out later, I suppose.
So I don't think it's possible to create a 5-person adventuring party at level 1 that can smash the entire journey system. I just don't think you can do
Unless
it.
you specifically, I think you could, but you would have to like start from that assumption and work your way backwards to characters.
Yeah, we sort of did this, like, we shoved this into the box that we had made. I think that, like, we hit a lot of the nails.
I
So-
feel like I'm the most useless in the thing. I'm also thinking I'm about to swap over I'm going to swap over to a different. I'm going to take my stat array. No, stat array.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm actually thinking that's probably fine if you are not the most adept at journey actions, but I'm looking at that strength right there and that constitution being like, you're the wall. You're the wall, and you're also going to probably have to pack some crap for us.
I need a pack animal. I literally need a pack animal.
Like,
I have a card.
it's fine if you're not able to do a lot of the actions, as you are the extra inventory space.
I mean, Dessel, you do have a pack animal. His name is Sebastian.
Yeah, I know, that was gonna be the yes.
I mean, I expect that I will have to carry some of your shit.
Now I have no problem starting you guys out with, like, starting Joffrey out with an ox cart. Just with the understanding you're going to feed that ox.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how's that gonna work?
The ox
Does
has a
that
veg
just come off
dye.
somebody's. Oh, vegetable.
Yeah.
I don't know why I thought it was the meat dye. Oh my god, what oxen?
What are you
have I been
feeding?
catching?
You've got one of those carnivorous oxen.
Right? No, I don't know what I was imagining. Does that? So I asked you this before, like, because I don't eat vegetables, I don't have a vegetable dye.
Correct.
Right? What do the dice start at? Is it 10 or 12?
It's going to depend on your diet, but let me find the page here. So when setting out on a journey after a period of rest, it's assumed the company finds themselves well provisioned. You'll set your water die to a D10, materials die to a D8. If your diet is balanced, you'll set both meat and veg to a D8. If your diet is pure, you'll set whatever the die is to a D10. And if you're a scavenger, you set both to a D10.
Can you go above these numbers? Like, is my materials capped at 8? Like, if we, on the first day, for some reason, I decided to scavenge materials and I succeeded, could I improve it further from 8 to 10?
I'm not sure. My inclination is to allow you to go up to a D10 in any of these dies.
Okay.
I don't think I would advance you up to a D12, though.
That was my next question, was can I do a 12, or is it go beyond 12?
Because then the
Like,
question is, like, how come we're leaving the village with 80% of a water skin? That's stupid. So I think D10 is going to be the cap. I think Beyond the Wood goes up to a D12, but provisions you with a D10 and then doesn't explain why.
So here, when you reduce the die, does it go like from a D8 to a D9 to a D?
It goes
No.
from
It
goes down by 2.
it goes from 8 to
a
6
4?
to 4 to 2. And once you're at 2, it's empty. You don't have any more of that resource. So if you have to eat and your relevant die is a D2, you gain the starving condition, which is bad. Do we want to go over what starving does?
Real fast, Brick, it's under surplus. If any of your resource dice would increase beyond the D10, you have a surplus. So that's handled through that way.
Oh, that
Yeah, and
goes
then
in your inventory. Okay.
And then it's like a slot in your inventory. But what I was
Okay.
in the Beyond the Wood PDF, I think it does allow your dice to go up to a D12, but it doesn't provision that way when you set out. And I'm not sure if they
Question.
explain why.
Question.
Mhm.
So I wrote here on my meat that I reduce on a 1. I guess it's because I'm an insectivore.
Yes.
Is my limit still D2?
Yeah,
Or is it D1?
it's still D2.
Okay.
Just because you
'Cause
can't.
I recognize
roll
that you
lower
can't
than a D2.
succeed on a roll of a D2 if you lower it on a 1 or a 2. But when you only lower it on a 1, I thought, well, maybe it's different.
All right, so I think all I'm waiting on then is an alignment and a flaw from Joffrey.
So let me know if this works. For alignment, it's lawful neutral to thine own code be true.
Do we know what Joffrey's code is? I mean, his ideal is the strong shall protect the weak. Is that his code?
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
Help out the little guy. Screw the big guy.
Half your party is
flaw
little
is-
guys.
Yeah, we're pretty small.
Flaw is trust no one, parentheses, without proof of deed. So if people ain't singing about you, you didn't do it.
Trust no one without proof of deed.
Yeah.
Got it. All right.
Because, he's a bunny rabbit who doesn't Trust anyone.
Now,
Something's out to
obviously, I'm open to changing any aspects of these characters when we get into the game. The first couple sessions, if you find that like your ideal's not working or whatever, especially considering we're working with races and classes that have never been used at a table before in this state. So we're going to remain open to making changes and alterations to characters going forward. I want to make sure everybody continues to play a character that they like. I don't want anybody to feel like they're stuck with a character just because they pick something on session 0. So here's the party that I have. I've got Barleycorn, Lawful Neutral, Gerbean, Messenger, Fisherfolk. The recipe is sacred, shortcuts ruin the dish. Comfort is simple but necessary. That was like a whole week ago. Don't worry about it. Thumbs up on all that?
Sounds correct, boss.
I've got Spike, the Hedge Seeker Criminal, Chaotic Evil. If only his grandmom knew what he was getting himself into.
She will.
Vera
She's
would be
that-
proud of him, the poor thing.
And he thinks Vera would be proud of him, the poor thing.
He thinks Vera would be proud of him, the poor thing.
There you go, thank you.
It's a wonder anyone would work with him, the wretch. Then I've got Chris playing Joffrey, the Harengon Warden, Star Told, Lawful Neutral, To Thine Own Code Be True, Ideal, the Strong Shall Protect the Weak, Flaw, Trust No One Without Proof of Deed. Almost a Gerbean trait. They're the ones that kind of carry on the tradition of knighthood and sacred oaths and things. Destel, I've got the Corvum Scholar, another criminal. Lawful Evil, problems need to be dealt with, in caps. No one touches anyone under my wing. Living is expensive, lives are cheap. And just so we're clear, she does not have wings.
No.
Okay. And
I
then
mean, she has wing, like she can't fly. Her arms might be a little feathery.
you have feathers, yes. I've got Captain Canterbury, the Mophawk Captain, Haunted, Chaotic Neutral, Lie, Cheat, or Steal. All that matters is winning. Ideal is savor the moment, and his flaw, I can't lose anyone else. That all sounds right?
Yep.
Excellent. Let's talk about what's actually going on in the setting, or will be going on in the setting, as when session 1 rolls around. Now, when I click this button, there's a chance your computer will explode, and it'll be fun to see if that happens.
Who's holding on to the physics?
Physic,
This is-
singular.
Ooh, I have not seen that resize itself on the side of the table in a hot minute.
Oh yeah, yeah. Now the map flashed up as blank for a second, or like these little like tiles didn't load in, but they have since loaded.
Okay, so as long as everybody has an active table, this is
One
your
of these
away from
tiles
that.
is not flat.
this is your world map.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's this one.
I also noticed that.
I don't know how one tile got misaligned.
We have a destination.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
that's-
say it's gonna
that's the
bother me
goal.
until we reveal it, but
Yeah.
Because it's
the
partly
goal.
lifted.
This map comprises an area of the world called the Northland Welds. This little corner down here is like the far northernmost reaches of what would be considered the folk kingdoms. This city here, this city tile, is the city of Blackbray. Each of the 8 species of folk have a capital city, and Blackbray is the Corvum capital. It is the farthest away from folk civilization. It's also the highest in elevation. It's a very vertical city. It's built on a big plateau. They like big towers and stuff. And this is going to be the base of operations at the start of the campaign. For the past generation or so, the Northland Weld has been cut off from the rest of the folk kingdoms. They were never heavily settled lands to begin with, but the folk king still considered them to be part of folk lands. But the past generation or so, the weather has been very inclement. There's been many winters in a row that have been especially harsh, and the passages through the mountains that connect the lands north of Blackbray to the Northland Weld beyond had been impassable. But this year is a great thaw, and the king had ordered a census be done of the lands of the Northland Weld, just to find out who is settled there, how they're faring at the end of the Great Winter, and so on and so forth. So he sent a variety of people, a variety of folks out to determine what's going on. He sent Captain Janes, who is a hedge military commander, to establish footing on the other side of this pass. So this hex here is the pass where the thaw has occurred. And on the other side of it is unknown territory. Captain Janes was sent out there to establish a camp, firm footing on the opposite side of the path, with support from Blackbray. Send out some scouting parties to take inventory of local resources. But he was set upon, he and his people were set upon by a band of curiously robust brigands. The battle was joined, the brigands were set to rout. It's unclear whether they had been employed by some larger force, or why they meant the king's folk harm, or where even they might have come from in the Northland Weld. But the battle was victorious, and Captain Janes has established his camp there, his base of operation on the other side of the Frozen Pass, in order to get started the first stages of the king's census. Here's the question each of you characters needs to answer at the start of the campaign. During this battle, where these brigands, these curiously well-armored and well-organized brigands, when they set upon Captain Janes and his men, what did your character do to distinguish themselves during the battle? You don't necessarily have to be one of Captain Jane's soldiers. You don't have to be part of this expedition at all. But your character was present for the battle, and for some reason, Captain Janes took notice of you in a favorable way. And I want to know why for each of you.
I can go.
Go ahead.
So Joffrey
Mm-hmm.
was doing his little rabbit exploration warden thing that he does, doing his little patrol of the realm, and he came across a battle. He saw the two sides were fighting, and knowing who the captain was and how important he was, he mounted himself on top of the tallest hill that was there, and he started shooting the enemies, and he took out a large number of them and saved the captain's life.
So, Joffrey's not one of the king's men. You were not sent up with this expedition.
Yeah, he just stumbled on it.
What are you doing in the area? Like, do you live out there? Do you...
He was exploring the area to try and find, safe routes for travel for his little bunny people.
Okay.
Good.
So you're
I think I have an answer with a weird background on it.
You're like a forward scout for a Harengon village that's looking to settle in the area?
Well, it was more that a herring gun village was talking about how food was getting low because they already lived in the area and they were worried that it was going to be a rough winter, and so they're trying to find out if there were any other areas they could go forage and get supplies, and so he was out helping them.
Is this village in good standing with the crown, or is this a village that is established up somewhere in the Northland Weald that has not had contact with the crown for several years?
I mean, how much contact do the herring gun have with the crown typically?
Some villages
My
are very
understanding is that-
reclusive.
Yeah, that was my understanding.
Okay, so you could be a reclusive village that kind of, in one of these hexes, like around the shadows of Blackbray, that Blackbray doesn't necessarily even know about.
Yeah,
Okay.
Just this little reclusive village that Joffrey stumbled across, and they were in need of help, so he helped them. And Joffrey he normally lives alone, and so he was just out wandering the land and enjoying nature, and the village needed help, so he helped them, because that's what heroes do.
Now, this village is going to need a name.
It's called Loporite.
Spell that?
Lopirite.
Got it. So you took up a sniper position when you saw this battle was joined, and you decided to enter the battle on behalf of the king's soldiers.
Yeah, because they looked like they were losing.
Well, they weren't
They
losing.
looked like
They weren't going to lose this fight.
Right, because he was there.
Yeah, exactly.
So in his mind, you thought they were losing.
Yeah, it just so happened that at the point where he noticed about it, the king's army was under a lot of pressure, and so...
Okay. And you managed to take out one of these brigands at range that was coming up on Captain Janes himself.
Yeah, he is the accidental hero of the battle.
Got it. That sounds like something that Captain Janes would be very impressed with. And then Barleycorn had something?
Yeah, I've kind of been trying to figure out how to square messenger with the cook skill that feat that I took. I was like, what if Barleycorn ran like halfway home? That this is where the battle took, and in the battle it got destroyed.
Run that by me one more time. What happened?
Wherever this battle was taking place was at the halfway home that Barleycorn was running as the cook, and
Okay.
it ended up getting destroyed.
Happened on his lawn.
Yeah, basically, like it was just outside my
He
place.
went out
and it just
there and was like,
poured
"Get off
right
my
through."
lawn."
So you have an established like homestead on the other side of this pass that Captain Janes would have then, because his goal was to set up a camp, to establish base camp from which he can then send out scouts and start doing this survey. So when his men came through the pass after the thaw, what they saw was a homestead built up by this Gerbine cook, and then decided to make that like the center point of the camp?
Yeah.
Okay. So then, did you have any knowledge of these brigands in the area? Like, do you know who?
Not a clue, just completely rolled through unaware.
Okay.
No idea where these guys came from.
So what did you do to distinguish yourself during the battle, or is Captain Janes just particularly taken with your cooking?
I don't think that it was that I distinguished myself. It was just that the tragedy of the lost property is like, well, hell, what are we gonna do with this displaced cook now?
Well, that would establish why your character is there. But at the beginning of the first adventure, we're going to start with Captain Janes is going to put the 5 of you in an adventuring party together, and he's selected you because you've each distinguished yourself in some way. You've done something to
Then I guess
show
it'd be
him.
just because I knew the lay of the land around here.
Okay.
This is my land.
Okay.
I would like to point out to you, Brookroad, that 3 of us are fuck ups.
Yeah.
Like,
Wait, I got a great one.
intentionally.
What are you talking about?
I think I have a good one too.
You both are criminals.
Captain
and
Janes doesn't need to know that.
Distinguished on
Yeah.
the side of the brigands.
You might not even know that.
All right, I think Vera can go next.
Yeah, Vera made sure to very publicly execute the leader of the brigands when he was taken alive to put the fear in the rest of them to surrender.
That would be a very interesting interpretation of the word distinguished. But it may also explain
else had
why
balls
none
to
of the
do it.
brigands were
The rest of
available
them
for
just, like,
questioning.
They had these ropes. They were just wasting so much time. Just one arrow to the fucker's throat, and everyone else just fell in line. Come on. We have stuff to do.
So Vera's the reason why none of these brigands were available for questioning afterwards.
No. After I killed their leader, the rest that were fighting surrendered.
Oh, okay.
They were trying to take the leader alive. I'm like, fuck that. I shot him through the throat, and 3 or 4 of the others surrendered instead of having to fight to the death.
Because problems need to be dealt with.
Yep.
Got it. Vera, I always keep this in the back of my head when we're transitioning from an older campaign to a newer one. Vera wouldn't get along with Geppa at all.
No.
No.
Also remember, she's 78.
He's too old for this shit.
She ain't got time for your bullshit.
I can go off.
Spike, you had something?
Yeah, so during the battle, at some point, Vera was attacked, and Spike went absolutely fucking feral. And I'm just envisioning this like sneak attack damage. Like he basically slit somebody's throat and stabbed somebody else in the eyes, taking down 2 people at once. And that intimidated, I guess, enough people to back off, which led to surrender.
Here's how what I just heard. This is my interpretation. Spike went absolutely feral with just bloodlusts, like berserker rage. And out of the corner of his eye, Captain Janes interpreted that as martial prowess.
Yes, exactly.
Very good.
Yeah, no, he the only thing that would provoke him to do that was, his grandmom was being attacked. He's not this competent.
Okay. Are Spike and Vera known criminals?
Not if we're any good at it.
I was gonna say I hope not.
Okay. Because one of the major NPCs, I don't want to really introduce any characters or anything during session 0, but the guy who runs Black Bray he doesn't like criminals. We'll just put it that way.
I
Well, then
might
no.
be changing my background. I'm still bouncing things around, but I'm pretty sure Spike's pretty dead set on criminal.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Why are
if you
they
change your
out
mind, just
there?
let me know.
Yeah.
What about
He doesn't like-
Opportunity.
He
Captain
doesn't like
Canterbury?
criminals. He's like, Captain
He's like
Canterbury.
criminals,
Basically, him and he was in charge, I guess, of a squad or whatever, however that breaks apart.
Sure.
And they basically routed an entire like section of like an entire flank, right? But everybody died. Only Canterbury lived.
As always.
So like we're talking like maybe like 30, 40 dudes walk into a melee, and at the end there's like one man still alive. Or one raccoon. Like I said.
Okay. Let me mull that over for a second.
I'm going for a real like the vibe I want from my character is like I'm picturing he was not gifted control like he was not gifted essentially quote unquote the captaincy of this group.
Mm-hmm.
It's a they can't like get rid of him, so they're trying to get rid of him. Does that make sense?
That's the direction I was thinking, because you sent your squad was sent out to deal with the brigands' flanks, and you're the only one who came back. Like, he's not putting you in charge of another squad.
right.
Let's establish that first. Is Captain Janes your superior officer? Like, you were part of his expedition group?
Yeah.
Okay.
And like this this is I want like my character in my brain has like this reputation because it's not the first time that's happened. Like he like even when he's not in charge, like he's like risen to the rank of captain because he is been the only one to like he's survived. Does that make sense?
Got it.
Like it's battlefield promotions. Like he's a private. Well, everybody else like he walked out and like a whole bunch of people died, but he's the designated survivor.
Okay.
Like he always walks away. And because of that, he has risen to the rank of captain, but people consider him to be cursed. Like if you go with Canterbury, then you're just going to like it's the last thing you're going to do.
So here's
I'll
probably
notice that.
here's probably what's going to happen then. Because Captain James would absolutely not conclude that Canterbury is cursed. It's just not the kind of guy he is. But he might recognize Captain Canterbury's ability to survive in despairing situations and then attempt to assign maybe less strenuous activity as a sort of like recovery leave. Like, hey, let's take you out of the combat for a little while. I got something else for
I have
you.
3 different people sending me pictures of PTSD, like the PTSD meme now.
Like, listen, I got this like old Corvum and her like grandson who like can fight really well. Like, I've got a thing that I'm gonna send them on. It's just like this little scouting thing. They're gonna be there and back within 6 days. You're in charge of the mission. Like that's what I'm thinking right now.
Mm-hmm.
This is nobody should die on this mission.
He's just haunted. He's got this haunted look in his face, and yeah.
He doesn't even carry a pipe. He just makes one with his Scroungecraft every day out of whatever.
You're the guy that goes to the convenience store to pick up a pack of cigarettes, and then when you're there, the place gets robbed. Everybody gets shot.
How well renowned is your reputation? Like, do people know this about you, about Canterbury?
I mean, like, I would assume like anybody in the like quote unquote army would. Like, they're like, oh shit, it's that guy, and I'm gonna say like because I don't want Brookrow to actually curse my character.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not. He just got really bad luck, man. Like he just ends up like for some like every time he goes out, they end up in the situation where like this is supposed to be a cakewalk, and oh no, raptors are raining from the sky. We're suddenly in an Aliens movie, or just that kind of stuff. And Canterbury's always the guy that just walks away.
Surely that won't happen on the first adventure of the campaign.
No, never.
Okay, so I'm looking at the alignments and ideals and stuff here. This party is a vibe. There's definitely something happening here. I don't know what it is, but we'll all find out together.
How do you feel about these vibes? What adjective would you use?
Mopey.
Glum.
All right, there's one more. The most important possible question is, what sprite would you like to use for your character's tile this campaign?
Oh, I have it. Let me see if
I haven't actually done anything with this.
I
I'll
have
have to get
mine.
it to you.
I know what he
Earthbound
is.
Smoking Crow.
This Earthbound Smoking Crow.
Oh,
Can
that's a good
do.
one.
That's pretty good. I'm gonna just do something with Sonic the Hedgehog related.
Don't go to DeviantArt and look up Sonic the Hedgehog. I
No.
swear, do not.
No. It's got to be pixel art.
Which of these mousers do you want?
Oh, one is for the alive art, one is for the downed art.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm trying to search my chat with Buttface to find the because
you just text me. You just send me the DM of what your search is. Very
yes, I
useful,
know.
thank you.
Hush.
No.
Listen, I am 40 years old. I'm getting there. I want the party sprite
for one of my favorite Pokemon, Zigzagoon.
Zigzagoon. Okay,
I posted it in the thing. There he is.
I got it.
He's great.
I gotta find a sprite map, but I can make this work.
Zigzagoon
Rick,
is
I
a
am going to
ferret.
change my background. I'm actually switching to Hermit. I think that works just as well with the character.
Hermit. Okay, let me pull
And
that.
Double Criminal doesn't really stack very well, or I just kind of like that a little more.
The tools kind of fun.
Yeah, let me ask the party of let me see what I already have of herbalism kit, fishing tackle, and trapper's tools. Which one covers the biggest gap we have?
I think maybe trapper's tools.
I've
That
already
or
got fishing tackle.
Herbalists.
We have a fishing tackle.
Yep, I already got that.
Because herbalist would allow us to forage for plants. Fishing tackle is meat, so that's meat and I don't think. Do we have Do we have another way to forage for plants besides?
Well, trapper's tool would for non-plants.
I think herbalism is probably a good call.
Yeah, that
Okay.
fits the character really well too. So
The travel feature for Hermit is also particularly interesting.
It's weird. I was reading
It
that
is.
one. I was trying to figure out how to fit it
it'll
into
be
something.
interesting to see how big the map is. I think is actually my big first thought on that one.
Oh, the map's this big.
Yeah. So also the map is bigger than I was expecting. So this seems a lot better than I was worried at first. It wouldn't be very good because the map might be too small.
I don't know what it is.
There is one hole in folk technology because we're in a middle age kind of level of technology, but it doesn't map exactly to Earth's medieval technologies because they have access to black powder, where in our Middle Ages it wasn't widespread, at least in Europe. But one thing the folk tend not to have is boats. We are bad at water travel, just in general. This is just lost art. It is known that the races of men were able to cross oceans in great vessels, but this is something that the folk are not able to do and are not particularly inclined to do either.
Even the otters?
Yeah, you.
They just swim.
They are like they're mostly rivers and lakes and inland bodies of waters rather than ocean travel. Although the Lutron capital is called the Lifraff, and it's raft fleet from Suikoden. It just floats up and down rivers. It's always in a different spot.
So when you say boats, you mean like sailing, like true like ocean sailing,
crossing the
vessels.
ocean. It would be
but like-
difficult.
But like a river boat is
Oh yeah, no, you can.
on the table.
You'll have pole barges and that kind of thing. Water vehicles is still a proficiency you can take, but we're not sailing the Mediterranean here. You're not gonna Odysseus is not gonna get lost at sea in this campaign.
I mean, he might, but that's happening somewhere else over there. We don't give a crap about him.
Does Joffrey have a character sprite he would like me to use?
I'm trying to find Vera sprite for Final Fantasy.
You know what you could do? Right? You could go with Pokemon, and you could get like the Score Bunny.
Is Joffrey a woman?
No.
I think all the Vieira sprites are going to be female.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they're the sprites maybe. Yeah.
You can't
might
go
be able
with
to find, like a job, like an outfitted sprite from like one of the advanced games, like in a job outfit.
Yeah, well, Final Fantasy Tactics has a couple.
Oh, you could also look at the Deep Dungeon sprites from 14.
Jazz Jackrabbit.
You could do. This is a deep cut, but Tiny Toons Adventures from the NES.
It's Buster
Literally
Bunny.
just played that in an LRT a couple weeks back.
And Raz, you said you're going to be bringing Shadow the Hedgehog to the table.
Oh, I was gonna use the Sonic. Oh, you know what? I might have to do Shadow because I'm the blue tile. I don't know how well it'll show up.
Shadow the Hedgehog. Are you going
I'm
to
trying to
provide a
find-
sprite, or do you want me to find one?
I'll show you one. Like I'm just looking through. I have a sprite sheet here. I'm just
Okay.
picking one that I like.
And to be clear, Brick, the original smoking crow from the Japanese release of the game.
Oh, I know.
Under
I
bullshit
feel
US
you.
Censorship.
We had that issue of Nintendo Power back in the day. It showed the differences. You want the one from Earthbound, not Mother.
Yes.
Got
Mother. Earthbound doesn't
You
have
want
a smoking
Mother.
one, does it?
Yeah,
No,
there
it
isn't one in
doesn't.
Earthbound, I don't think.
Yeah.
The NES one has the smoking crow.
Yeah.
You know,
No.
you could do Roger Rabbit from that from the Japanese version of Crazy Castle. Or that really bad
Is that
Roger Rabbit game.
Cinderace?
I'm giving suggestions.
Cinderace be crazy, yo. All right. Does everybody like the state that their character sheet is in at this point?
I think so.
No, but that's not that's a stat. That's a skill issue on anybody being able to roll a good stat array.
I think you guys did pretty okay on stats.
That and I need so many stats.
Yeah.
Dude, my
I
highest
have
stat is 15.
two
I have the standard
questions
array.
about rules.
It's fine.
I would love to answer your questions about rules.
Is it intended that Rhymes of Lore is long rest as opposed to short rest?
Let me pull that up. That's a scholar class feature.
Yeah.
There's a thing above one of the later ones changes it to short rest, if I recall.
Because it's
Oh,
the
there we go.
equivalent
Let's
of
see that.
short rest bard ability, so it seems a little weird to me that that's all.
Bards also start with it being a long rest.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I forgot about that.
And it changes at where is it? Fifth level.
Okay,
Unending
well that
Realms.
answers that. I have a second question about that feature.
Okay.
Can that be used for travel rolls? Journey rolls or whatever they're called.
Within the next minute, the creature can roll the die and add the number rolled to one ability check, attack roll, or saving. Yeah, absolutely.
And then the A Quiet Place feature says that I can't benefit from it, but it remains available for future use. Does that mean I can never future use it?
What that means is you found a place in the wilderness that your
action-
party can take a
yeah.
long rest, but during that week, you're the one providing
Yeah,
for
okay,
them.
that may I just pieced that together because it takes a week to take a long rest. I'm spending the first week we're there making it the place we can take a long rest, and then in the future I can take a long rest there.
Yeah, on subsequent visits, I would allow
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
somebody else to take that provider role.
Oh, okay.
You're not going to get a free long rest anywhere in the wilderness. You're going to need to find a settlement of some kind because somebody's got to provide your food and shelter and safety and all the good stuff.
Okay. So the Quiet Place requires one person to not be resting to use, and when I created it's me.
Yeah, that's the intent.
Great, that makes sense. Okay.
And we'll just mark those on the map. I'm actually looking forward to you guys just drawing all over this map. Because I'm going to give you a player version of the map that is inaccurate, and you're going to have to just make do.
Does the space for my bow include my quiver on my inventory Tetris?
I would assume a short bow and quiver are. We said a short bow was what, a 2x1?
Yeah.
I would assume that's the same 2x1 because I'm assuming the
okay,
quiver
great.
is slung over your shoulder and then the bow is.
Discord ruined the resolution on that, but does that
What-
work?
I was just a preview.
Yeah.
What size do you need these? to
How
be?
much do you know about like organizations and things in the world?
Very little, but I'm open to setting up whatever
Well,
needs done.
Well, the thing is, you mentioned like guild. You specifically mentioned guild hall, like turning in like accounts and stuff to guild halls and things like that.
Yes,
So
because
that would imply there is a organization of guild halls.
at least early in the campaign, you're probably going to be making frequent return trips back to Blackbray, and that would be the time to like cash in wilderness journals and things are in high demand right now. So I could find a non-blurry version of this sprite. This is the one that you want?
Yeah, that's fine. It's just when you click on it, it's actually very small. So
Yeah, what size do you want for these, Burke?
It doesn't matter because I can resize them in Affinity. Just as long as the aspect ratio is correct. I mean, if they're pixel graphics, then it really doesn't matter how big they are.
Aspect is 1:1 square.
Yep.
I can link you
Or thereabouts.
where I got this.
I mean, if you really want to use a blurry pixel graphic, like I'll just take a blurry one, and then you'll just be blurry the whole campaign. You know.
Yeah, it worked for Boswick.
Does anybody have any blank spots on their character sheet or things they don't understand that looks like they need to be filled in?
So we only start with the toolkit from our background, not from our calling?
If you start with proficiency in the toolkit, you'll start with those tools.
Okay, great. So I have 3 toolkits. Got it. You're carrying a lot here, Spike.
Oy.
And we'll go over later. We can go over how many slots each thing is.
Yeah, the grid is what I'm. That's the only thing I have left to do is fill it out.
Well, let's do this then. Oops, wrong
Get our own
button.
inventory grids.
Because everybody's written down what inventory they get from their class and stuff, right? Here, I'll just put 5 of these down and see if you can actually build your inventory. See if it's doable. Let's
With
put
my 5 strength? Is that what I got it up to?
let's stress test the inventory system. Keep in mind that everybody has 2 pocket slots, and I can duplicate any of these blocks that need to be duplicated.
Oh, it's
there's
like
a-
Tetris. There's a ghost.
There's a grid. There's a grid going on, and stuff is not.
Wait, what? Oh, okay, hold on. How do I... There shouldn't be. Oh, okay, yeah, there would be on this
Because
table.
we're on the grid for the table.
Got it. Okay, how do I...
Can you turn the grid off now? That's the real question.
Well, you make the pieces not snap to the grid, unless the little tiny board itself has a.
There,
All
I
right.
should do it.
I fixed.
I needed
there
to snap to the grid to get all these little hexes in place.
All right. Okay. So I have a flail, scale mail, and a shield, and I've got a strength of 15. Let's start with that.
Flail would be 1x2, a shield would be 1x2. Scale mail is medium or heavy armor?
Heavy.
Then it'd be 2x2.
Oh, scale mail's medium. Chainmail
No.
is heavy.
What about hand axe?
Wait, what? Hold on. Then what do I start with? Thought I started with the.
Scale mail's what Genevieve started with. She couldn't use
Ring mail.
heavy armor.
Ring
Ring mail's heavy. Yeah.
Hand axe. I think because a hand axe is like a small throwing axe, right?
Yeah.
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 I think 1x1.
You could put
'cause
it on
you
a-
could wear that on like a
You put it
belt
on a
loop.
belt. Yeah.
Yeah, I have it as a tool. My talons are much better as a weapon.
And you can hold that in your pocket. Like it doesn't literally have to be a
okay.
pocket. You can just say it's in a belt loop or something.
I love that Destel immediately reached up and grabbed my 1x1 because we've already started our relationship. Hey, I need that.
So a
I
hand axe
have-
can go in a pocket. Again, remind me how the pockets work. We just generally have 2 to start with.
Yep, everybody's got 2 pockets, and each one can hold a 1x1 item.
Can we copy and paste these shapes?
Yeah.
I guess. Well, I mean, it's
How many
not
do you
letting
need?
me. Well, I need another 1x1.
Yeah, I'll do this.
I need a 1x1 as well.
I'm sort of just going through the. Can we make a little bag of them?
I will.
Oh my god.
Here, for
There
now,
we go.
just grab what you need from the
Yeah,
table.
that's fine. Okay.
So
So a dagger I would hold in my hand.
I'm so happy with how these little gems came out. They look so
Okay.
good.
Okay, we've got alchemy, chartography, and herbalism kits to account for.
I think alchemy would have to be a 3 space item because it's very fragile.
Okay.
Cartography and herbalism. I think each of those would be a 2-space kit. Cartography kit would be like a map tube with all the stuff inside of it, and then an herbalism kit would be like a large satchel or pouch with all of your materials and things in it.
So when you're talking about something that's a 3-space item, do you like get to pick whether it's this or this?
Use the yellow or blue, either one.
Okay.
Where were we
Did you say-
saying?
You
Do weapons that we are wearing count against our inventory?
You have to account for your weapons in your inventory, yes, because you won't be carrying your weapon in your hand all the time.
Where were we saying just a regular bow and quiver sat? 2 or 3?
Short bow 1x2, long bow 1x3.
And that accounts for the quiver as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so
They're
what
kind
about
of worn as a set.
what is a comfort item? Like a teddy bear?
Wait, hold on.
I was picturing a teddy bear, yes.
Like, make it work, but
is a so a set. So I start my equipment for my background gives me a set of common clothes, a steel mirror, a comfort item, 5 gold leaves, and my tool. Okay, so I have thieves' tools and I have writing supplies.
Both of those are 1x1.
these tools are 1x1? Okay.
Yes.
That was my question. What about a
And-
rope kit?
Rope kit, I'm thinking would have to be 3. 'Cause that's a full coil of rope and a grappling hook and everything you need to make rope.
You cut out and I heard absolutely nothing.
So that's a 50-foot coil of rope with a grappling hook and all the materials you need to make and repair rope.
Correct.
So yeah,
Well,
that's
but no,
three
what size?
3 spaces.
3x1. Okay, thank you.
Follow-up question on that. Is a net similar or 2?
Net would be 2.
There we go. 3.
I've also
What
made nets
about-
actually usable as a weapon in this campaign.
Noticed.
So we need to carry something for that has our money in it, right? So we need 1x1 for a coin pouch.
Yeah, I've
with
got a
our money in it.
1x1 coin purse in my pocket.
Yeah.
So, what about this? I guess the small steel mirror would be another 1x1.
We've
You
run
say
out of
one.
1x1
Alright, so I'm
pieces on the
done.
board here.
Yeah, we've run out of ones, Brick Road.
Oh, okay. Well, here, let me.
Hide armor is a 2x2. Or if we're wearing it, we don't need to account for
There
it.
you go.
Hide is medium.
Those are all going to be called hand axe.
Oh,
just
they're all
as a
hand
heads up.
axes.
There are many hand axes, but this one is mine. Hide
So he's
armor
in
is medium
another-
armor or heavy?
It's medium.
It's medium.
Then I would say 3 spaces for medium armor.
So we just go in like heavy 4, mediums 3, lights 2.
I think that would be a good way to do it. I think that's completely
Is a
reasonable.
shield
So-
1 or 2?
Shield would be 2.
And you could kind of shield for 2, yeah.
Did I miss where
So-
short sword sat there?
2.
Flail, shield, armor.
Does Vera have proficiency in letters?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
Awesome, because I can tell that
I have
Destel
light
sure
armor.
doesn't. I had to fix both of her.
So
I have light armor, but my
I had to type them in.
unarmored defense is better.
So we get what 10 spaces plus our strength modifier.
No, just whatever your strength score is.
Okay. That's not that much. So rapier is a medium piercing weapon. I'm guessing 2 slots. If a short sword is 2.
Yeah, rapier would be 2.
What do I do for something like the clothes I am wearing? So like leather
don't count.
shirt.
Do
or
not
dark
count against
common-
your inventory.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
I'm giving you your clothes for free.
Yeah, because carrying all of Vera's shit, I'm tapped out.
I also
Strange
have
question.
to imagine that folk would have a much broader interpretation of what counts as clothes.
There we go. So pouch is 1x1?
Yeah.
Okay. I gotta add that here.
Strange question. You gave me a boat oar.
Yeah.
Wait, how big's a bedroll?
Bedroll would be 3.
How big is this boat oar?
A boat oar is 3.
I
Ah,
do not
damn
have
it.
space for a.
You don't have to
boat
take the
oar.
boat oar. You can leave it
God
behind.
damn it. You don't have to take the boat oar, you say, as if I'm not taking a
Out of
boat
s-
oar and
Out
lugging
of
it around.
space. No room.
And
I would
this is a full-size boat oar, so he's just your small little mouse man is just wandering around.
Hell
with his-
yeah.
You
I'm a
swing it.
bonking oar. That's a
That's
paddling.
It's a great club.
So who has that cart?
How much space does food take up?
Yes.
That's what the dice are for.
Yeah, you'll have meat and veg die. You won't have to worry about tracking food unless it's raw food that you're going to convert later.
Is a shovel 1 or 2 spaces?
Wait, when you're
I think
hunting,
a shovel would be 2.
what is? Hold on, what is the wording on hunting? Hold
Shovel not as big as a boat oar. Confirmed.
Yeah, boat oar is longer.
Yes, for sure.
on. A ranged weapon. Okay, cool.
Question about cooking utensils and fishing tackle. I'm assuming similar size for them. Just 1 and 1.
No, I think cooking utensils would have to be at least 2 because you
Damn.
the pot and all your. I'm picturing like a wide pan or a deep pot, and then you put all of this stuff inside of it and cover it. That's how I'm kind of thinking it works. What did I actually write in the toolkit description?
No, don't actually look at your writing. Don't reference these things. Feel it by gut.
Your mess kit includes a frying pan, a ladle, a boning knife, tallow or oil, and various herbs and spices. So I would say 2 because you got to fit all that in a big pan.
And fishing tackle?
Fishing tackle includes a net and line, hooks, bait, stone sinkers, cork bobbers, and a scaling knife. And I think all of that can be folded into the net. So I think 2 is fair for fishing tackle.
A net separate from the net that I already have. 2 different nets.
If you
The redundant net.
you don't have to
Like
carry
I'm saying,
2 nets if you don't
you
want
give
to.
a net and fishing tackle as separate things.
One of them's a person net.
Oh,
the
see,
other
that
one's
would be a
fishing net.
a typographical error then. What did I do that in your background?
I think so, yeah. No, maybe. Where the fuck did I get my net from?
No, yeah, you get a net as being fisher folk, but then you also get your starting tool, which in your case is fishing tackle. You only need to take 1 net unless you absolutely want to have 2 nets. If you want to have 2 nets,
Well,
you got to
I
account for
mean-
both.
But I'm getting a net and then also fishing tackle, which contains a net.
Correct.
This
What game
feels.
is that?
You could just
like I've got a
simplify it and
surplus
say you've
net.
got 1 net in your fishing tackle.
No, I'm taking the double net if I can, or at least stored elsewhere is a net.
We are-
somewhere out in the world.
Double netting then. I do believe. Are we starting with an ox cart?
Yeah.
Okay, so really heavy, like large things like bedrolls and things can be stored on the ox cart pretty easily.
Where's the cart?
So like
I will
the
make
thing
you
is,
I guess I'll make you an inventory for the cart.
so what? Because okay, so like I only like there wasn't a thing. You only start with the money from your background, unlike normal D&D, where you start with background like money from your background and your class.
Right, your calling doesn't give you any gold in this.
So I'm basically I don't have any money to buy things like bedrolls that I did not start with.
You are starting with 5 gold leaves as the haunted.
Yeah. Yep.
So you are gonna
Um,
find a nice soft
I'm going.
pad of grass to sleep on.
I am going to need another slot for languages eventually. There's only 4 on this sheet, and I have 3 with 2 free. And we're still doing the just say when you want to use the language to something.
Yes. So the main, like there's the common folk language uses hedge script, because not all of each of the folk has their own separate language, but not all of them have writing.
And also, I can talk to birds, not the smart birds, the dumb birds.
Birds.
That's what I got from Hermit Edition.
You can talk to unspeaking birds.
Can I have a backpack to increase my space?
No, your inventory grid
This is your
that counts your backpack. So the way to increase your space, none of you were Curvan. That's the first way you can do it, is play a male Curvan. There's a feat called Pack Rat, where you can increase your strength or wisdom, and you gain 2 extra spaces of carrying capacity. And then later in the game, you might get a special reward, because there's not magic items in this campaign. Instead, there are special rewards that you can add to weapons and armor, one of which is the Wayfarer's armor. Armor designed with ingenious loops and pockets and gives 2 extra slots of carrying capacity.
Chris, I'm watching you struggle and I'm just laughing. What is your strength? What is your strength?
12.
You have so much space.
12 spots isn't bad.
Yeah, I had
Yeah,
12
that's
and I was
based on
like,
4x4.
thank God.
You said a bedroll takes up 2 spaces?
I would say 3, because it's got to be big enough for your body.
All right, we're all sleeping on the grass, guys.
Well,
Yeah,
as soon as we get that
until the
cart, I can throw the
cart.
bedroll in it.
I will start
Yeah.
you with the ox cart. Like, when you get sent off on your first mission, you can drive. Because the cart is part of Joffrey's inventory. Like, he's picked that as a tool proficiency, so he's got the cart.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it does not come with the ox.
I'll give you the
That's
ox.
okay. We're in trouble.
Can we get the grid for the cart?
What?
We're gonna
When he makes
immediately
it.
fill with shit.
When he makes it.
Oh, I thought it was just another one of these blank grids.
You said there was 2. It was 2 of those. You said the cart said 40,
I would say a cart has 40 carrying capacity. So you could
Oh,
pack
and
a
like
bunch in there.
just like a naked pack animal is 20.
Okay, well then let me like put other things that I think I just need a
torch.
bedroll, and that's kind of
There's no D&D. It's just this. This is
Yeah,
all.
this is good
I've
deal.
already said it. We can T-spin right here for extra points. I've set that up for you.
Half your inventory vanishes if you make a full line.
Yeah, no,
yeah.
I think the best description I've heard for Tetris is that your achievements disappear, but your failures remain.
Is a torch 1 space?
I would say a bundle of torches is 1 space.
Okay, and then
Like, you can
what,
bundle probably like 5 of them together pretty compactly.
I
what,
think
what
we have
about
rules
the
about
ability
that.
to light it? Is that also its own space?
A tinderbox.
Yeah, like a tinderbox or a fire striker would be 1 space.
Did you start with that, or then we need them purchasing that?
Some
I'm gonna
toolkits
purchase.
have it. If you don't have a fire striker, starting fire out in the wilderness, I believe I have it as a travel check.
We
I imagine
do.
an alchemist kit would have it.
Where is the list
alchemist
of
kits.
kits?
You gotta,
He
like,
li-
Boil
He actually
liquids and
lists
stuff
it.
pretty frequently.
Alchemist kit doesn't have a fire striker, but the powder kit does, and a pipe does.
Oh, okay.
Nobody has dark vision, I assume.
I do.
Actually,
You
I
got
think 3 of you
sick of
do.
Oh, wow, okay. I don't
Mopok
see
and
it on
Corvum.
mine.
Wait, do I? I didn't see it in my character description.
I could be misremembering.
I searched for it and I didn't see it.
Oh no, Corvum
I
doesn't.
see Mopok and Vulpin. have
You got
dark vision.
Skulker. You can have
Yeah, I'm
advantage.
good. I sneak around in the dark, but I'm bad at that.
Mopok and
Too
Vulpin
old
have
for that
dark
shit.
vision then.
Too fucking old for that shit.
How important is it to Vera that I carry her herbalism and cartography kit on my person? Or can they go in the cart?
Uh huh.
That's the answer I expected. Well, I mean, I'm chaotic evil. I'll do what I want.
Just
So
gives
they're
you-
gonna go in the cart,
Yeah,
and
but
then when
she
you
just-
need them, you're gonna get upset with me, and it'll be great.
Chris,
Just
I'm
gives you the
happy to use
disappointed look.
this rabbit that you posted. It's not going to read very well on the little tile in Tabletop Simulator, though.
I'm curious to see what it looks like at that size. What's the size on the tabletop simulator things?
Let me open up. I actually don't know what I have them saved as. Let's find out.
Yeah, because I did it as a 256 by 256 sprite, but
Like, I don't
Oh,
think I would
what
have
is
to
that?
shrink it down at all, but let me open
What
up
is that
one of
even
the ones I've got.
from.
Let me go into desktop, Flumph 8, Flumph 7,
Don't do that. Stop that.
player Alistair.
help.
Temp, new folder, new folder. New
Desktop
folder,
brackets
parentheses 3.
old.
Okay. So I think that's right.
I've got the character tiles at 124 by 124 pixels.
Hey, Chris, how about Bucky? Since you want to be a hero,
Is that Bucky O'Hare?
it is Bucky O'Hare.
That game is wild.
Already suggested.
All right. Does anybody else have any other character sheet questions we need to go through?
Yeah, how important is it that we model this board on the table in our actual inventory?
That's up to you.
Because I see this grid here that I can. I'm not sure how to build.
I just
What I
added
see
in.
here-
I added the name of my inventory item, and they're A, B, C, D through to P, and
I
then
just
I
put
just
no
A, I
space
guess.
on the
Yeah.
So yeah,
Grid for
the intent
pockets?
is you just put a letter in the grid, and
Got
then
it,
onto
thank
the
you.
side it describes what that letter
I'm gonna
is.
replace O and P with pockets, 1 and 2.
Do we need to worry about water?
There's separate pocket spaces on the character sheet
Where
already.
are- Oh, there they are.
Yep.
Oh, I used them for something else. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, look at that. Okay.
Do I need
Sorry,
to
I
worry
forgot
about
I
water
had
skins?
already filled those in.
What was your question, Chris?
Do we need to worry about water skins to carry water?
No, that's what the water die is for.
Okay.
You'll be provisioned with a D10 in your water die. So you will have a water skin, but you don't have to account for it on your inventory.
unless we have surplus water, which might be necessary, in which case then it's a 1x1.
That is correct. All right. Then when we come back next week, we will depart on our first adventure and we will see if this collection of miscreants one of which is Zigzagoon, can make Captain Janes proud.
Oh, we're working for the captain?
I guess we'll find out.
I mean, my guy doesn't work too well in a military environment.
We're likely to make the captain a different P word, potentially.
You, you literally picked the one alignment that works well for military life.
Military is the tool for pressing the weak.
This campaign was a mistake, wasn't it?
Probably.
Maybe. Who knows?
We'll find
It's
out.
fine.
Next
It'll be
week.
fine.
All right. Thanks for playing, guys. See everybody next Sunday.
Cheers.